Shout out to everybody in the house. Grand Rising, man. Power to the motherfucking people, man. Shout out to everybody in the house, man. All right, Alabama. I'm live. We're gonna start this off like we always do. Some music.
Class in session. So time for you to get the notes. The quickest way to sell your soul is when you niggas vote. This shit I'm kicking is forbidden, better listen, bro. A politician preaching love is the biggest joke. See what they do is use the shit as a tool. Got us focused on these fools and putting shit in our food. Fighting to free your mind is kinda hollow but true. The system make you a zombie if you follow the rules, so we rebel. But not too many live it to tell, till they find the cheat code using digital scales. Paradise is aborted when the mission is failed. Heaven and hell collide like prison and jail. And you don't need religion just to say you awake. You even dumber than you look, you think you came from an ape. Religion needs science, science need religion. One tell a story and the other paint the picture. But listen, nigga, if you dig a little deeper, you can find that little rabbit in the mother of the reaper. I'm the best for a reason. There's a message in the speaker when the cosmos talking. That's a blessing from the ether. One day I met the devil for real and made a deal with him. Told him all I want is the money and kept it real with him. Came in the form of a thought I couldn't build with him. Shit I was selling the fiends was really killing them. Your gun bars ain't much if your gat don't shoot. I'm strapped and bulletproof like the Batman suit. All it takes is one snap to have my enemies killed. The laws in space and time, I could bend them at will. Yeah, I'm in the world that some of y'all have not seen, and living on the page that some of y'all cannot read. And right now they probably calling me cheap, cause I decided it's enough and now I finally speak. Tell you the truth, I don't trust people who cheat. It's deeper than having sex, you give birth to deceit. If you see where this is going, this is true as can be. If you lie to the ones you love, then you do it to me. The cold word is rainy night. Niggas get wet outside, but ain't no rain in sight. They wonder where this come from. Ascension when it's all done. No reason to believe in a God. When you become one, you understand. You could get it the same. Niggas will double cross you if you get them the fame. My soul ain't for sale just to get in the game. It's dangerous, homie, just remember the name.
Last of white people been driven out of not a slave for over 700 years, and I carried the Europe. I taught the Europeans to turn the coming back.
They just wanna keep us asleep. I know this shit suck, but when the fuck when niggas wake up, I know this shit tough. Every other step you take, you get your foot stuck. Cause they go and show you the fly with some niggas pushed up. Religion is a part of the system, my nigga, listen. If you ain't got control of your soul, then you's a victim. The Pope all over the net with politicians. The same politicians who sleeping with little children. Time to make them pay for what they did to the youth. But freedom of speech is nothing when they censoring truth. You ain't gotta show shit when you live in the proof. Giving support to your oppressors, man, you niggas is goofs. Time to fight fire with fire, get on some nigga shit. Time to get back what they stole, all of our innocence. Some people hate the way that I talk, this shit be spicy. But say a bunch of shit that ain't true, it isn't likely. They try to say your vision ain't true, but with your sight see. The best way to tear you apart is through your psyche. I give it to you real, what you need me to say. Ask the world leaders about the oath they secretly take. It's a plan that they got to keep us legally slaves. Paid labor overwhelming when you needed a break. If you think that I'm just talking, then bitch you lost. It's a war going on like rich versus poor. The rich keep getting rich while your broke ass starve. Feeding you little pennies at that punk ass job. Thinking cause you get it in tax, you need that income. Really I'm just stating the facts cause niggas been dumb. Your emotions are controlled by a system. Cause when I make a song full of hate, niggas listen. When I make a song about love, niggas skip it. They both from the soul, so really ain't nothing different. Today you gotta give it a fight to make the hate stop. Niggas on that ignorant shit gon' get a face shot. Believe what you wanna believe. A lot of niggas snakes, only going off of belief. A lot of shit is fake with 2 cans blazing. I'm ready for damnation. So tell a slave master I'm burning the plantation. You fuck niggas like to throw pain but can't take it. So all during war these flames remain sacred. Barrel to the root of your tongue, you niggas tasteless. Lights flying over your head, it ain't a spaceship. The reason why we fully equipped was information. It led us on the path that got us out of the matrix. Unity is power beyond, we should embrace it. But you could never bathe in the truth when you were racist. Speeding off what you was taught, then the brakes slip. Then you see it's nothing you thought, that shit is dangerous. A lot of people dying for what? That shit was aimless. It's kinda like a video game, it took stages. Just make sure these lanes remain nameless. Hood politics part 2, my name dangerous. This that Nickelodeon, Mary Jane and opium. Fresh from the FedEx, yes, we got a load of them. Yeah, tear this shit down like depression. The moral of the story is you get the lesson. I'm colder than the weather in Nova Scotia. The flow is colder, turn down. You just like the lame dude. Get the shoulder, have these niggas swinging that Chris Rock when I pitch a boulder. My intentions was ill will. You cry. When I rap, get a pill feel. I can meditate and stay connected to the earth like a mill drill. They taught you to lie to your kids with Santa. I verse in the AI now and got the answer. Don't kill yourself trying to be me with the tanner. My eagle love getting blown like the blammer. I'm biased to the low comprehension, cause people claim both to get a mention. And we don't wanna hear that. Keep that over there. Gotta do better. That's if you knew better. But I don't wanna bore y'all with the talk. Back to regular schedule showgramming. Executive sessions. Welcome to the upper echelon of Megatrons. And it's dangerous. Laugh now, cry later. Can that fly shit you talk manifest when you falling from a skyscraper? A headshot could be a mind changer. I'm just a nigga that could hustle the hustle, getting my side paper. You know it's over when the non-sprayer. Or we robbing everything that you got. We operators personality, just like your chain, it got faker. But the bullets like the ice in your drink, they shot chasers. Too much talking, you going in places these cops take us. Prison is a mental design for time chambers. Procrastination is a disease for time takers. When it's war, they could never be law for line makers. Suck ahead, be stupid and cross and die. Player got the 4/5, waving you down like high hater. When your soul leave earth, you could let the sky take it, cause you thought shit was sweet. Laugh now, cry later.
Man, y'all know what it is, man. It's getting scary for you niggas out here, man. You know y'all feeling the pressure. This network shit, this shit real, man. Ain't nothing but real shit over here, nigga. Chris Cyphers just gave y'all a dome shot. Dangerous just put you niggas in a body bag. And now I'm about to bury you niggas, man. Yo, I'm back riding again. Dangerous and Cyphers, we gon' have to body them then. Yeah, these niggas done. We gon' have your whole crew on the run. This ain't a game, you niggas lame. Come and catch this flame, we ain't built the same. You niggas just like the cap for fame. The 40'll make your soul glow. Silencer on the end of the barrel, where the smoke blow. I need a heat check, Lilith from the logo. Smoking side, you can smell my mojo. Fucking with Drake Cobbs, that's a no-no. This that big three, Boss Brown and D-Wade. Looking to let the heat spray. We pull up to your block like it's D-Day. We ain't playing, nigga, this ain't EA. We like wolves when the nigga see prey, and move like Neo when the nigga see strays. I Tyreek kill the competition, chuck the deuces, nigga, on the replay. Big cheetah moving past you, nigga. I chuck the deuces on the replay. But y'all know what it is, man. Chris Cyphers, Dangerous, Drake Cobbs, man. This network shit ain't nothing but real shit over here, man. Nothing but real. You already know. Y'all knowing how we.
Shit getting out of control, I mean we been there. Hate, they disguise it as love, we call it sincere. They took us to a place where ain't none of this shit clear, and we just look stupid, wondering how we get here. This government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit that they say over each other. It's a bad world, many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared
Mic check, mic check. I can't hear anything. Big dog? Yeah, but we can't hear anything. Are we streaming? You got me on echo again. Angel?
Yo, mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, I hear you now. Big dog, I think you got us on a loop again, man. Need to close those windows on your side. Can you hear me, Angel?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, but I'm hearing it on a repeat. Big dog, you need to close those windows or they're gonna. Do you see my screen, Angel?
Yes, I see it.
Yeah, big dog, I need you to close what you got going on because it's echoing and repeating in my headset. Is it echoing for you, Angel?
No,
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play a couple of videos to set the stage, and I'm gonna go on mute on my side.
Alabama, no sound.
You can see it, but you can't hear it.
No sound. See it very clearly, no sound.
Yeah, big dog. We got the same technical problem here. Yeah, yeah, I got you. That's why I stopped sharing. Trying to go back in and share it again.
Very clearly, no sound.
Okay, tell me if you hear the sound now. Yeah, big dog. We got the same
New
technical
tonight at
problem
6,
here.
two
Yeah,
black
yeah,
ranchers
I
in
got
rural
you.
El
That's why
Paso
I
County
stopped
say their
sharing.
cries for help
Trying to
and
go back
allegations
in
of
and share it
racism
again.
have been largely ignored by the sheriff's office for years.
And you've likely heard some of the Mallory story,
Very
which
clearly,
has been
no
shared
sound.
thousands of times on social media
Okay, tell
now.
me if you
Those
hear the
viral
sound
posts
now.
have
Yeah,
led to
big dog.
national
We got the
scrutiny over
same
how
New
the
technical
El
tonight at
Paso
problem
6,
here.
County
two
Yeah,
Sheriff's
black
Office
yeah, I
ranchers in
has
got you.
heard
rural
more
El
than
That's why I
Paso
2
stopped
County
years
say
of
their
sharing.
cries for
disputes
help
Trying
and
to go
between the
back in
couple
allegations of
and share it
and
racism
again.
neighbors.
have been largely
Now they're
ignored
speaking
by the sheriff's
exclusively to
office
Denver
for
7
years.
on and you've camera likely together for heard the some of first the time. Mallory
Denver 7
story,
Mike is
which
here
has
has
been
tonight's
shared thousands of
exclusive
times
that
on
now
social
has El
media
Okay,
Paso
tell
now.
me
County
if you
Those
hear
Deputy
the
viral
sound
Chief
posts
now.
have
Yeah,
led
Ben
to
big dog.
Barratt.
national
We got the
scrutiny over
same
how
New
the
technical
El
tonight at
Paso
problem
6,
here.
County
two
Yeah,
Sheriff's
black
Office
yeah,
ranchers
I
in
has
got you.
heard
rural El
more than
That's why I
Paso
2
stopped
County
years
say
of
their
sharing.
cries for
disputes
help
Trying
and
to
between
go
the
back in
couple
and
allegations of
share it
and
racism
again.
The
neighbors.
have
voice
been
you hear
largely
Now they're
is
speaking
ignored
Nicole
by the
Mallory,
sheriff's
exclusively to
office
Denver
for
7
person
on
named
years.
and
camera
arrested
together
as
for
her
the some of the
husband,
Mallory
Denver 7
working for
story,
Mike is
which
here
CW
has
has
been
Mallory.
shared
tonight's
thousands of
exclusive
times
that
on
now
Mallory,
social
a
has El
media
black
Paso
Tell
now.
me if
County
you
rancher
Those
hear
in
the
viral
Deputy
rural
sound
posts
El
Chief
now.
have
Yeah,
led
Ben
to
Paso
big dog.
Barratt.
County,
national
We got the
scrutiny over
same
how
New
the
saying
technical
El
tonight
that
at
Paso
problem here.
County
6, two
Yeah,
Sheriff's
black
Office
yeah, I
ranchers in
got you.
rural El
alleged
That's
Paso
why I
two
stopped
County say
years
their
of
sharing.
cries for
disputes
help
Trying
and
to
between
go
the
back in
couple
allegations
and
of
the El
share it
and
Paso
racism
again.
neighbors.
County
have been
Sheriff's name
largely
Now they're
is
speaking
ignored
Nicole
by the
Mallory,
exclusively to
sheriff's
Denver
office for
7
person
and
named and
you've
years.
arrested
likely
as her
heard some of the
husband,
Mallory
working for
story, which has
CW
been shared
Mallory.
thousands of times on
Now
Mallory,
social
has
a
El
media
black
Tell
now.
me
Paso
if you
rancher
Those
hear
in
the
viral
County
rural
sound
posts
El
have
now.
led
Yeah,
to
Paso
big
County,
dog.
national
We
saying
got the
scrutiny over
Dr.
same
how
Vernon
the
technical
El
Howard
Paso
problem
is
here.
County
Yeah,
Sheriff's
black
Office
for
yeah, I
has
got you.
stop
heard
and
more
That's
than
shot
why I
2
stopped
racism
years
and
of
sharing.
disputes
intimidation
Trying to
between
go
the
against
back in
couple
and
the El
share it
Paso
and
again.
County
neighbors.
Sheriff's
Now
name
they're
is
speaking
Nicole Mallory,
exclusively to Denver 7
person
and
named and
you've
arrested
likely
as her
heard some of the
husband,
Mallory
working for
story, which
CW.
has
Big dog, I need you to come back on. This thing is going in a loop and it's circling. It's causing me problems here, brother. Angel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I just
Uh,
text OG to let him know.
yeah, because this is going in a loop in my ears on my headset.
It's also looping on the live stream.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get him. Come, big dog, I really need you to get back on here and get this straightened out because something on your side. Yeah. I don't want to start this and you have a loop going on as well when you get ready to go with your slide presentation. Big dog.
Alabama,
Yeah.
yes, I sent him a couple of texts. The last one I asked him to please tap back in and straighten this out.
I'm listening to you. AP, yeah, I got you. I, I heard you. AP, hopefully you can help me out here, man, with some
Yeah,
technical side. What's going
yeah,
on, young bud?
I hear you pretty clear. Yes, sir.
Y- Yeah, but we're having a loop. We're having a loop going on here.
What
Big
that mean?
dog, man, I need you to get back on here and clear this out. I think he's still got stuff open on his side.
No, you got two different things open up. That could be it. You got two different accounts on here right now. This
No, all
person.
I'm doing, I just shared my sound. I only shared my sound, but it's got to be something. Yeah, okay. Let me
Well, if you want to jump off,
check
come
my
back
phone.
on. You sound perfect on my end. You sound fantastic. I don't hear no loop.
I'm gonna close my phone.
Okay. Shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. I just thought I'd come through, show some love to Big Dog Philly. Big Dog, you in the building with us? Big Dog.
Yeah, but in my headset, it's going in a loop. And so I think it's because of what's going on with Big Dog.
Yeah, it could be because I don't hear his ass no more. Nick, I don't hear him at all.
So you can hear Angel?
No, I didn't hear Angel. She said something since I've been on here.
No, I haven't. Great peace
Oh,
and power to you,
peace and
brother.
love. Peace and love, sister. And I hear you perfectly clear.
Thank you. Yakoki Lawa.
Man, Shimmy Chukma. See, we got Alabama in here. So yeah, I was just popping up to show some love. Getting ready to hit the road, man. I'll be up in your old neck of the woods, big dog. I'll be up in Philly in the next few days.
Yeah, we were going to get some discussion going on land issues, BAP. But this is going in a circle in my headset.
Yeah, I don't know about that. It might be, it literally must be something that Big Dog got.
Hey, excuse me, everybody. The looping should be done. It shouldn't be no more looping. What's good, Big Aboriginal Power,
Mm,
Alabama,
Man, what's
Angel
going on,
Way?
OG?
Much love to everybody in the chat. My bad for interrupting whoever was talking. My bad.
No, we were just trying to
Let's
make sure
see if
you
we
was
fix the
cool and
looping
can
no
you
more.
fix that little loop that he had? So if you fixed it, we're good. But yeah,
Alabama, you want to get started? You want to start it over?
yeah, go ahead. I was just making sure everything was good. I'm gonna be
Go
back. I'm
ahead,
gonna share the
Angel.
live
I'm going
screen,
to
big
just
dog.
let you go with your presentation and see if I can come in and share some videos in between when you're ready to break.
All right.
Again, everyone, this is our ongoing conversation is who you calling black, identified against the Aboriginal American. Go ahead, Angel.
Great peace and power to OG. Great peace and power to Alabama, to everyone who has tapped in. Great peace and power. And thank you so very much. Each one teach one. starting out this presentation with the copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Fair use of all copyrighted material for criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use. May I preference this presentation that it centers on American identity, birthright citizenship, and foreign usurpation of land in America. Now, we've already gone over American identity and birthright citizenship in some previous live streams. Today, we're going to focus on the foreign usurpation of land in America. And I would like to add that this content is not AI generated. It is genuinely researched from cited sources. This content is an ongoing theme of my book, Who Are You Calling Black? A Demand to End the Genocide of Aboriginal Americans. A little background on the book. The book is a demand that all United States government administrators, officers, and elected officials end the genocidal acts normalized against Aboriginal Americans in this racialized United States society. The Congress, executive branch, and SCOTUS must thoroughly answer under their constitutional oaths and duty, who are you calling Black? Thereby truthfully accounting to who is who in United States of America, because there's no such thing as a nation of immigrants. America is the national homeland of Aboriginal American people under genocidal harm from legal and illegal immigrants that are complicit in normalizing indigenous erasure to obtain the so-called American dream. Every designated Black or African American with legacy American maternal ancestry dating before 1860 must read this book for clarity on their identity crisis to solve who is naturally more so than not we, the people of America. That's us, the Aboriginal Americans. We are the true Americans. In the United States, the law that criminalizes genocide, and we do charge genocide as Aborigines of the land and soil. We are the only people of the land, and we are the only indigenous people, and we indeed, definitely, absolutely charge genocide against our people. And in the United States, genocide is criminalized. It's criminalized in Public Law 100-606. The
Hey,
genocide.
See if now, Alabama. Let me turn my volume up so I can hear you. See if it's looping now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, big dog.
I hear you, but I'm
See it's
still
looping
hearing
now. It
it.
shouldn't
I'm
be
still
looping.
hearing
I
it looping,
closed
my
all the
man.
tabs on the back end.
I'm still hearing it loop.
You still hearing it? Then you sure you don't got nothing open, Alabama? Hold on. You might have something open. Hold
I've
on.
closed everything. She's the only one sharing her screen.
That's closed. That's closed. I should have nothing open to make it zoom, good brother. I got the volume off on everything. Let me close that out. That's the chat. It should not be looping. All right, give me a second. I'll try to figure it out after this format.
To continue, the Genocide Convention Implementation Act of 1987. That is Public Law 100-606. Is 18 USC United States Code, Section 1091, genocide. So let's take a look. It was passed into law on the 4th of November, 1988. And just a side note, it was sponsored by then Senator Joe Biden, and it was signed into law by then President Ronald Reagan. So the definition for genocide in the act, in this public law, it states whoever, whether in time of peace or in time of war, with the specific intent to destroy in whole or in substantial part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group as such. 1. This is the first offense of genocide under this public law. 1. Kills members of a group. 2. Causes serious bodily injury to members of that group. 3. Causes the permanent impairment of the mental faculties of members of the group through drugs, torture, or similar techniques. 4. Subjects the group to conditions of life that are intended to cause the physical destruction of the group in whole or in part. 5. Imposes measures intended to prevent births within the group. 6. And this is the final offense, transfers by force children of the group to another group or attempts to do so. And what I am saying is that each one of these offenses have been and continues to be perpetrated against us Aborigines for generations now, for generations. I would like to move on to the actual content of the presentation next. Alabama, do you have any comments or anything that you would like to add at this time before I move on to the
No,
actual
I'm good so
presentation?
far. Do you hear any more echoing? I don't hear it looping in my
I haven't
earbuds.
heard,
So.
no, brother, I have not heard any looping or echoing.
Okay, let me know if you want me to bring a video in and see if it works this time.
I have a video coming up in just about 3 slides, and then I have a video. So I guess we could test it out then.
You got the floor, sis. Go ahead.
All right. Give thanks, brother. Land usurpation. Land usurpation. Let's get into it. And the land, of course, is our ancestral land. This land and this soil. Everything on the surface of the land, below the land, above the land, it is all our inheritance as the indigenous Aborigines of this land and soil. So land usurpation, what this focus is, foreign invasion versus Aboriginal American sovereignty. And I'm quoting something that was stated in a court case back in 1772. The court case is Robin v. Hardaway. And one of the lawyers who was arguing for the Aborigines of the land, he stated, and this is just an excerpt, the free Aborigines of this continent, whose rights we, European colonists, has sufficiently violated when we, European colonists, took from them their lands without adding further aggravation by enslaving their persons. That quote is just giving context to this whole section on land usurpation, that our rights have been violated, us as the Aboriginal people. And let's take a look real quickly at this image. And this is so-called a famous painting, and the name of it is Manifest Destiny. And you can see here the website for those who want to look it up and take do a little bit further research and reading on it. I found it on this website right here, American History Central. Anyway, there's the web address. But this painting shows a westward movement that the foreigners made from the East Coast and onto the so-called from the Atlantic to the Pacific, was their manifest destiny. They saw that as this is what they are destined to have and control, is all this land, all of it, which is our homeland, North America. So what gave them the authority and jurisdiction to make these claims? Because these claims came out of what is known as the doctrine of discovery. And the doctrine of discovery is a legal and religious concept that has been used for centuries to justify Christian colonial conquest. It advanced the idea that Europeans, their culture and their religions were superior to everybody else. It was set out in a series of declarations called papal bulls by popes in the 15th century. These declarations granted religious authority for Christian empires to invade and subjugate non-Christian lands, to impose Christianity, and to claim all the resources of those individuals in the non-Christian lands, those peoples and those sovereign nations. They were claiming the right to invade them and to subjugate them. Now, these papal bulls empowered European nations to embark on worldwide colonial expansion. And as you can see here is the website that I referenced that quotation from, that information from. There is the website for those who want to do further reading. And let's move down to the next paragraph. The doctrine of discovery was the inspiration in the 1800s for the Monroe Doctrine, which declared US hegemony over the Western Hemisphere, the entire Western Hemisphere, or what we call the Americas. That Monroe Doctrine declared hegemony or power and control over all of the Americas, which justified their Anglo expansion. Now, I know it says here American expansion, but we're the Americans. And it was not us that was instituting these policies. So let's get it straight. This was Anglo-European expansion westward by propagating the belief that Anglo-Europeans were destined to control all land from the Atlantic to the Pacific. As we said, their manifest destiny. And to back that up, in 1823, the Supreme Court case, Johnson v. McIntosh, okay, It made the doctrine of discovery part of US federal law and was used to dispose what they're saying are native peoples of the land. In a unanimous decision, Chief Justice John Marshall wrote, quote, that the principle of discovery gave European nations an absolute right to New World lands and native peoples certain rights of occupancy. Now, here's the web address for those who want to look this up and do further reading. However, this part of the statement where it says native people and gave native peoples certain rights of occupancy, we're going to get into that later because this is their spin on how they're trying to define Aboriginal title. But we're going to get to that later. Let's take a look at the papal bulls that were written in the 15th century. Three of the most important ones that pertain to the doctrine of discovery is Dum Diversis, which is a papal bull that was issued by Pope Nicholas V to King Alfonso V of Portugal in 1452. And here's a short excerpt or quote. We grant to you full and free permission to invade, search out, capture, and subjugate the Saracens and pagans. And the next papal bull is Romanus Pontifex, and it was also written by Pope Nicholas V to King Alfonso V. However, this was in 1455. And here's another excerpt. Here's an excerpt from that papal bull, quote, to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens and pagans whatsoever, and other enemies of Christ wheresoever placed, and the kingdoms, dukedoms, principalities, dominions, possessions, and all movable and immovable goods whatsoever held and possessed by them, and to reduce their persons to perpetual slavery. And there's the citation that you can reference for further readings on Romanus Pontifex. And the last papal bull that I will mention here is Inter Caetera. And this was issued by Pope Alexander VI to King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella of the Spanish crown in 1493, justifying Christian domination and superiority over Africa, Asia, Australia, New Zealand, and the Americas. And also cited is the website that you can reference further readings on that. Now I would like to move on to an excerpt from my book, and it states, historically, colonial Europeans invaded the indigenous Aboriginal people of North America to usurp geopolitical and economic control over their ancestral homeland. After this colonial European takeover was ended by treaty in 1783, a neo-European, meaning a new European mindset, emerged in the United States. Complicit Europeans targeted complete usurpation of the American natural-born rights, status, wealth inheritance, and identity belonging to Aboriginal American people in their continental United States of America ancestral homeland country. These facts on foreign invasion and usurpation in North America are mere glimpses of the historic alien onslaught perpetrated against Aboriginal America. But these mere glimpses connect this modern day United States government control by a majority rule population of hostile amalgamated immigrants to the historic European invasion of North America over 400 years ago. Recall the aforementioned words by Pope Francis. I'm referencing something that was on a previous page, but I'm going to cite a slight excerpt from it. Pope Francis said, "Never again can the Christian community allow itself to be infected by the idea that one culture is superior to others, or that it is legitimate to employ ways of coercing others." Now, that was issued by the Vatican in 2023. Moving on, the collective effort to eradicate Aboriginal American people by immigrants has been most effective from their dominant role as government policymakers. The sophistication of their progressive racist administrative policies has coerced Aborigines to misidentify under socio-politically constructed identities, in quotations, racial brands that destroy their indigeneity and aboriginality, namely as so-called Indians, colored, Black/Negro race, and Black or African American racial group. Each of these listed racial designations have erased Aborigines' natural-born indigenous origin, identity status, and inherited natural wealth from United States government records, thus violating the unalienable natural-born rights of Aboriginal American people to exist, notwithstanding United States of America authority and jurisdiction has existed since 1777 because Aboriginal nations have always existed in North America. So that's from pages 269 to 270 in my book, Who Are You Calling Black? I would like to take a moment to pull up the video that I want to share at this time. Alabama, if you have some comments at this time while I pull this video up.
Let me share this Steve video just to see. Tell me if you can hear the sound. You see my screen?
Yes.
My dad's land.
You hear her say my dad's land was taken?
I heard. Oh, it's looping. It's echoing. I'm going to mute out.
Yeah, you probably need to start sharing your screen too. So just for the moment, stop sharing your screen and let me play this. Okay? But you could hear her?
I've already stopped sharing, brother.
But you could hear her? I'm going to start
Yes.
this again, so you tell me if you see the volume.
Was taken.
You hear her saying my dad's land was taken?
Yes.
And that's how I see it.
Okay, hold on a second.
My dad's land was taken. And that's how I see it.
Over the course of the entire 20th century, we know that black farmers have lost about 12 million acres of land total.
We are just being forced out. They're trying to force us out.
These cases of dispossession can only be called theft.
just about ready.
Mount Bayou is an historic all-black town, formed many years in the 1800s by 2 former slaves. We don't have the overt racism that we used to have against people out in the public. Now we deal with it with employment, economics, banks. We still deal with it, and until we overcome all of that, the Delta will forever struggle, is my belief.
Now I'm gonna help them get a poly pipe loaded so they can sure start putting the poly pipe in.
I've been doing this all of my life. As a kid, we went to the field until it was dark, either cotton chopping or cotton picking.
The Mississippi Delta is this area between these rivers in the northwest of Mississippi that has some of the most fertile land in the United States, in the continent, really. If you go out there, you'll see rows and rows of cotton, of soybeans, every single type of crop you can imagine. But in the early 20th century, almost all the land was owned by white folks. It was homesteaded out by the federal government, or was otherwise inaccessible to black folks.
My grandpapa, Ed Scott Sr., started purchasing land back in 1938. They came from Hale County, Alabama, and they moved to Mississippi in 1919 before my dad was born. My grandmama hated it here, but in Alabama, black people could only sharecrop. No one would sell them land. Very few could get the historic 40 acres and a mule.
Ed Scott Sr. was almost supernaturally gifted at farming. He knows exactly how to rotate the crops, how to plant things in a way that gets the highest yields. And that gave him his own economic gravity that local white businessmen could not ignore. Eventually, a plantation owner decides to sell Ed Scott Sr. a plot of land.
When he passed in 1957, the family had acquired acres and acres of land.
Ed Scott's son, Ed Scott Jr., takes over the farm. He is part of the generation of men that goes off to war during World War II. And when this generation of black men comes back, their white peers are granted so many free things from the GI Bill. They get free education, lots of them get free homes, they get things they can pass on to their children. But the black men among that number are denied many of those opportunities.
My dad went to World War II, and when he came back, his dad wanted him to go and finish school. But farming is in his blood.
You had to know what you're doing to make a living here. You had to. Mom and Dad used to bale hay and sell chicken and turkeys. He used to take turkeys to Greenwood down there, white people, and sell them.
My dad was the smartest one of his sibling and the hardest worker of his sibling. You know, every now and then he'll say, God ain't gonna make no more land, so you better hold what you got.
When Ed Scott Jr. takes over the farm, he's operating it through one of the most turbulent times in American history. 1953, the first bus boycotts. 1954, Brown v. Board. 1955, Emmett Till is lynched.
You know, I left here and went to Selma, Alabama when they had the march from Selma to Montgomery. Mm-hmm. It was rough back then, but you had to have some guts to stand up and just be rough with them.
When he owned his land, he actually had 57 families who lived on his land and worked with him. And it was like a community. Whatever we needed was on our farm. We would put up peaches, we would put up peas and butter beans, and everybody got their share to carry them across the winter. It was like a utopia.
Modern farming requires debt in order to grow your crops, in order to collect a harvest. Over the past 100 years, the federal government has become more and more of a player in providing the credit to those farmers. Much of the administration of this federal money was done by locally elected committees. And what do we know about voting in the South at that time? We know black people could not vote. The people who ended up controlling all that were the great-grandchildren of the plantations. And why would they ever give a black farmer money to start his own farm? And so between 1950 and 1969, black farmers lose something on the order of 6 million acres of land across the country. But the Scots were able to hold on to most of their land until the farm crisis of the 1970s and 1980s.
Here's what comes off a bowl of strawberries when you drop this device in the water. These berries are fresh from the store and already rinsed under the tap, but within 10 minutes, the water changes color. What floats to the surface will change how you feed your family. My friend works in food safety.
Rising fuel costs, increasing cost of production, new taxes. These changes will have a significant impact on the well-being of family farmers. Federal legislators are slashing farm programs to pay for the deficit.
As farming in America collapses in the 70s and 80s, there's a lifeline in the Mississippi Delta: catfish. The federal government, they pour a whole bunch of money into taking these poor white farmers who are struggling, getting them into catfish. The people who are left out of that are the black farmers. Ed Scott Jr. sees what's happening. He sees catfish as a way out. He converts most of his farms into 8 giant catfish ponds with no help from the federal government. He digs them himself. He builds the very first catfish plant owned and operated by an African American in the United States. And it becomes this inspirational story across the South of a black person who has literally beat all the odds to create something new.
My dad loved clothes, and he loved to dress. Even on a daily basis, he wore what we call khaki suits, which would have been a khaki shirt with matching pants, and they had to be starched and ironed. He always had a nice new car, but he kept it closed up in a shed so no one would know he had it. He did not commingle, meaning white people would call staying in your place. Well, no black supposed to have a car.
There's gonna come a time when they think you're uppity. And that's exactly what happened to the Scots.
It wasn't just because we were black, it's because we was doing so well in farm. We were doing so well.
Blacks were never successful at getting enough money to farm with from USDA. So when they went in to get the money for the crop, they gave them half of what they need, which was the way of keeping blacks from being successful. Because if you're gonna grow beans and you say, I need this much for fertilizer, I need this much for crop protection, I need this much for seeds, and I need this much for watering, and you only get half of that, there's no way for you to produce a good crop.
Yeah, they used to try to buy no land in Mississippi. You never own no land in Mississippi. White people ain't gonna let you own no land in Mississippi. That's what the county agent will tell me.
It's documented. They did not offer him the same loan terms. They regularly offered him much smaller loans than they did white farmers in the area.
The county agent, he refused to give him a loan. So he could not feed his fish, could not water his crops. They foreclosed on his land.
At its peak, the Scott's farm spanned across 1,000 acres. Now it was down to just 300.
Who won it? Black farmers. When? Now.
In 1997, thousands of black farmers sued the USDA for discrimination. What's known as the Black Farmers Lawsuit is actually called Pigford versus Glickman, one of the largest class action lawsuits filed on behalf of black farmers against the USDA and the federal government.
There's a wide disparity in the way the Department of Agriculture treats black farmers versus white farmers.
Because of the practice, the discriminatory practices of USDA, I was put out of business. My family was destroyed, and basically they just destroyed my life.
The Scotts become one of the marquee families in this lawsuit.
Okay, this is just where we were working on the lawsuit, and I had to go back and show where my daddy had taken out promissory notes with USDA as the backer. I tried to keep everything I could.
Now, the government, the U.S. Department of Agriculture in this case, admits they discriminated against black farmers, unfairly denying them federal loans, for instance.
I'm very pleased that the judge approved the settlement so that we can begin to process these cases and black farmers can begin to receive their long, long overdue settlements.
The federal government paid out just north of $2 billion, and upwards of 70,000 successful claims were made by black farmers in the South. The Scotts received one of the largest settlements out of this lawsuit because, unlike lots of people, they had the documents to show exactly the ways in which the federal government discriminated against them. Most farmers were lucky to get $20,000.
Do you feel comfortable saying how much you guys got from USDA?
I'll give you an exact figure later, but it was right a little over $7 million. He was blind, but we made sure that he signed the documents to buy his land back, and he presented the check to the same man who was instrumental in taking his land. He was still in office.
It took the Scott family nearly 30 years, the space of a generation, to buy their land back. Land hunger, as W.E.B. Du Bois describes it, is this almost mystical drive to seek and to own something in this United States among the. Look at the Scotts. You look at what the land meant to them. It wasn't just money. It was destiny. It was something to hold on to. It was a purpose and something that held their family together through generations.
It grieves me that we were denied a history, and that's how I see it. And I'm gonna try not to cry. It's dear to me that my children know what my ancestors went through for us to be where we are and who we are. And for my dad, having the land and keeping the land, that was his dream. That was the heritage. The land was the heritage.
Can you hear me, sis? Angel?
Yes, I can hear
Loud
you.
and clear, loud and clear, everybody. Grand Rising.
I think we've gotten the loop finally ironed out, big dog. Before you go to your video, Wakita, welcome to the conversation. If you and Angel want to chop up a little bit on that, because I got some other dynamite to blow up this land issue.
Great peace and power to Sister Wakita.
Hey, peace and power, Sister Angel. Real quick, before you start your presentation, let me shout out the chat real quick, please. Shout out my brother D. Allen Warren, Solid Walk, Poison Puppet, Just Jazz 2, Enoch, Coppertone, Apparel, Charette, uh, Lee Lattimore, Enoch, Mac V Production, Your Highness, my nigga Smoke Signals, power to the motherfucking people, my brother P. Moses, Soul Brother, much love and respect, good Soul Brother. Alabama on the panel, my sister Wakita and Angel A on the panel. Who else came through? Now I'm gonna turn it back over to y'all, man. I just wanted to shout out the chat, man. A Duke, much love and respect, a Duke. James Money, Shawanda Williams, and my brother Darius McNair. Much love and respect to everybody in the chat. Go ahead, Sister Wani. Flat motherfucking power. Go ahead, sister. You got it. Thank you.
Greetings, everybody. How y'all doing today? Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you loud and clear.
Great, great. We're glad to be here. Thank y'all for the invite.
Go ahead, Sister Angel. You got it. My bad for the interruption. I apologize.
It's all good, OG. I just wanted to reiterate the excerpt from that 1772 court case where it was stated the free aborigines of this continent whose rights we, the European colonists, had sufficiently violated when we, European colonists, took from them their lands without adding further aggravation by enslaving their persons. And the reason why I'm repeating that is because of the piece we just watched. Now, I know they were identifying themselves as Black. And also, we really don't know what their genealogy is. But we have to get past being designated as Black because it does not define you as a people and it does not connect you to a land. And so you can be subjugated and subject to all these different policies that the federal government obviously put that family, the Scott family, through. And not only them, but all of the Black, so-called Black farmers. We have to identify by our indigenous status. Black is not an identity, it's a racial and ethnic designation used for population purposes, for census purposes. It doesn't define a people. So I would like to play also a video. And this is referencing the fact of, based on what we just saw, what gives these so-called whites the authority and jurisdiction to do all these things on a land that's not even theirs. This is not their ancestral land.
We gave them the
Sister
permission.
Wakita?
We gave them the permission.
How so?
And it's so unfortunate, and it may actually been under coercion, threat and duress. However, they could not do, and they knew it, they could not do anything without our consent. And if it's tacit consent or not, it's still universal law. And we're going to have to really take a hard look at ourselves, our behavior, our mindset. If we want anything to change, we are the ones that's going to have to change. It's not our fault. Well, I'm cornering Alabama. It's not our fault, but it is our problem. And we can't play victim on this. If we are serious about changing, we can sit around and and talk and whine and cry, or we going to get up and do something about it. Otherwise, and they're not going to change. They're just not. They're
And,
they're in
and why would
position
they
of
be
power.
motivated to do that?
Huh?
Why would they be motivated to do that?
Absolutely not.
No, we got
Absolutely.
something to address that later once she gets cooking in her presentation. But if you're ready to move on to your video, I just wanted to make sure that it's working on my side, Angel, so everybody heard it. Sound was clear. Because I'm gonna kick the ballistic with land use. We need to be discussing this 24/7. And all you in the chat, all you trolls, you black wannabe Negroes, we're gonna tell you how you're gonna be continuously treated black. And you're gonna get buried in that black soil too. You got it, sis.
Yes, so we're going to take a look at this clip of when their so-called King Charles came over here.
Thank you very much, everybody. What a beautiful British day this is. And it really is. Your Majesties, members of the British delegation, friends, service members, and distinguished guests, welcome to the beautiful White House. Great honor to have you. Melania and I will never forget the spectacular honor Your Majesties showed us during our extraordinary visit to Windsor Castle last September. Now it is our tremendous privilege to host you, and you're going to have a wonderful short stay, but stay nevertheless. Then you're going over to Congress, and you're going to make a speech that's going to make everybody very envious of that beautiful accent of yours. Very elegant. He's a very elegant man. Here in the shadows of monuments to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, honoring the British King might seem an ironic beginning to our celebration of 250 years of American independence. But in fact, no tribute could be more appropriate. Long before Americans had a nation or a constitution, we first had a culture, a character, and a creed. Before we ever proclaimed our independence, Americans carried within us the rarest of gifts, moral courage, and it came from a small but mighty kingdom from across the sea. For nearly 2 centuries before the Revolution, this land was settled and forged by men, women, who bore in their souls the blood and noble spirit of the British. Here on a wild and untamed continent, they set loose the ancient English love of liberty and the Great Britain's distinctive sense of glory, destiny, and pride. And that's what it is, glory, destiny, and pride. The American patriots who pledged their lives to independence in 1776 were the heirs to this majestic inheritance. Their veins ran with Anglo-Saxon courage. Their hearts beat with an English faith in standing firm for what is right, good, and true. In recent years, we've often heard it said that America is merely an idea, but the cause of freedom did not simply appear as an intellectual invention of 1776. The American founding was the culmination of hundreds of years of thought, struggle, sweat, blood, and sacrifice on both sides of the Atlantic. Fate drew a long arc from the meadow at Runnymede to the streets of Philadelphia that ran through the lives of people born and bred on the British code that no man should be denied either justice or right. American patriots today can sing "My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty," only because our colonial ancestors first sang, "God save the King." We see today a living symbol of this centuries-old bond, just a few dozen feet to the left where I stand. There, Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth, an incredible woman who I had the privilege of getting to know. Queen Elizabeth II, very, very special woman who is very greatly missed on both sides of that mighty Atlantic. Long ago planted a young tree. It was a very young and beautiful tree, and look at it now. It's tripled in size and tripled in strength, very much as our nations have even more than tripled. Like our nation itself, it was laid with British hands but grew in American soil. Today it stands tall and proud, reaching ever higher. And this morning it reminds us that the mightiest of trees, like the greatest of nations, must be anchored by the strongest and deepest of roots. In the centuries since we won our independence, Americans have had no closer friends than the British. We share that same root. We speak the same language. We hold the same values. And together our warriors have defended the same extraordinary civilization under twin banners of red, white, and blue. My wonderful mother, Mary MacLeod, was born in Stornoway, Scotland, the Hebrides, and that's what they call very serious Scotland. There's no question about it. Some places they say, well, it wasn't really Scotland. The Hebrides, that's real serious Scotland. That's where they had their greatest of warriors, their greatest of warriors. She came to America at 19, met my incredible father. We loved him so much. We all loved him. We loved her. We loved him, Fred, and they were married for 63 years. And excuse me if you don't mind. That's a record we won't be able to match, darling. I'm sorry. Just not going to work out that way. We'll do well, but we're not going to do that well. 63 years. And my mother, I just see it so clearly. She loved, and I told the king this, she loved the royal family, and she loved the queen. And anytime the queen was involved in a ceremony or anything, my mother would be glued to the television, and she'd say, look, Donald, look how beautiful that is. She really did love the family, but I also remember her saying very clearly, Charles, look, young Charles, he's so cute. It's my mother. My mother had a crush on Charles. Can you believe it? Amazing how, I wonder what she's thinking right now. But beneath those beautiful flags, 8 decades ago, Prime Minister Winston Churchill and President Franklin Roosevelt famously met on a ship in the North Atlantic to outline a vision for the free world after World War II. That understanding of our nation's unique bond and role in history is the essence of our special relationship, and we hope it will always remain that way. The ship where the two great leaders met was called the Prince of Wales, the very title that His Majesty the King held longer than any other individual in British history, and he held it with great pride and respect. It's said that when Prime Minister Churchill first met this future king many decades ago, he was so impressed, he made the statement, he is so young to think so much and so well. And the bust of your great Prime Minister rests proudly again in the Oval Office. We're very proud to bring it back. We brought it back. Throughout His Majesty's life, the world has witnessed that same thoughtfulness which first struck Britain's greatest Prime Minister. His Majesty's intellect, passion, and devotion have been really a blessing to the British people. but not only to his own country, but to the cherished bond between the United States and the United Kingdom. And I am very certain that it will continue that way long into the future. In a few hours, His Majesty will stand in the heart of the United States Capitol as the very first British king ever to address a joint session of the United States Congress. So he's going to be addressing Congress, and I'm going to be watching. I was thinking of going, but they said, I don't know, that might be a step too far. I would love to go. It's not supposed to be protocol, but I would love to be with you. But there, the direct descendant of King George III will speak to the direct successor of the very body that gathered in Independence Hall on July 4th, 1776. If John Adams and George Washington, or the King's fifth great-grandfather, could see that sight, they might be absolutely shocked, but probably only for a moment. Surely they would be delighted that the wounds of war healed into the most cherished friendship. Think of that very, very long ago difficult war, and yet those wounds did indeed heal into the most cherished of friendships, most cherished. They would be moved beyond words to know that the soldiers who once called each other Redcoats and Yankees became the Tommies and the GIs who together saved the free world as brothers in arms and brothers in eternity, and nobody fought better together than us. If they could see us today, our ancestors would surely be filled with awe and pride that the Anglo-American Revolution in human freedom was never, ever extinguished, but carried forward across centuries, across oceans, and across history until it became a fire that lit the entire world. So today we look back on 250 years. Let us remember what has made our countries the two most exceptional nations the world has ever known. And together let us go forward with even stronger resolve to carry on our sacred devotion to liberty and to the traditions of excellence that have been our shared gift of all mankind. Your Majesties, thank you once again for making this important visit. We are so honored. May God forever bless the United Kingdom, Great Britain, and Northern Ireland, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yes, we all heard what he said. And this is what I call reimagining, reinventing, and reconstructing the story of our country. He stood up there and said all of what he said, and it was all a fiction. He was just making some stuff up. So I really want everyone to give their feedback on that, because when we look at where do they get the authority and jurisdiction to do everything that they're doing now, because they're not following the Constitution. We all know that. But he sat there and was still giving honor and grace to Great Britain. And he's honoring the descendant of King George III, who actually lost the American Revolution to us, the Americans, because don't get it twisted, our Aboriginal warriors fought in the thousands in the American Revolution for our sovereignty and our homeland and for our people. So please, please, the rest of the panel, please give your feedback.
As we do this, and I'm going to also encourage the chat, those who really want to entertain an intelligent discussion specific to land issues, It is embedded in the chat. And I know if Bap is still there, he might come. I'm hoping that the Supreme Chief Holiday will entertain us. Did you have something you wanted to say, Wakita, before I kick the ballistic?
Um, this is status quo. This is what they do, and this is how we got here from lies and deception. Why would they do anything different? How you?
Well, he touched on manifest destiny. He talked about
Well, the
a
fact that he
mighty
said
tree.
manifest destiny, there's two things he said that is an error. Fashioned by British hands. But go ahead,
Mm-hmm.
sis. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother. Elaborate.
The implication that people keep making, and what is a WASP, a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, no one addresses who that is. Just like when I will keep saying, who is a free white person created here in the 1790 Naturalization Act? These people were vagabonds. They were indentured servants at best. They were criminals, literally, released from debtor prison in this great England he's talking about. He doesn't mention those things because his ancestor, he himself, didn't climb out of the womb of his Scottish mother, mail order bride to be kind, until 1924. So who the hell is he to say anything about anything?
Exactly. Because his parentage, all of his parentage are foreigners. His parents were immigrants. And when we look at that video, and if you could also, if you were looking off to the side and you could see the audience, and we just see all of these folks, all these foreigners, and they're claiming that they're the American and that this America belongs to them. And we absolutely know that to be false. He sat up there and he talked about a tree that was planted by, I believe it was the mother of Charles, and how great this tree is. When we know for a fact the only great tree of this land is the great tree of the great law of peace. They never, ever speak on the real story of our country. And that's why we have to speak up. And they're claiming, oh, we got to look back at the past 250 years of our country. They did not found this country. They did not establish this country. And we're going to get into that a little more. But I just wanted to touch on that. King Charles III lost in the American Revolution, and he had to relinquish all his claims to the land, the soil, and the resources over here. So they have no authority and no power. But he's sitting up there making it seem as though they do.
I know you probably wanted to say King George III, sis, because King Charles III is sitting there on screen.
Excuse me, Alabama.
You meant to say
Now I
King
had a
George
question.
III. Go ahead, sis.
Yes,
Now,
sister.
under the doctrine of discovery, through the Vatican, and even though I know the original uh, colonists that came here was not from Britain, they were from Spain, Portugal, Spain. So, of course, beyond the 1600s, we don't talk about American history at all. We don't talk about the Spanish and the conquistador. However, from what I understand now, it is three city states that has authority and dominion over America. Right? It's Rome, the Vatican, Great Britain, and the United Nations, right?
Well, to be frank, it's supposed to
Uh,
be
the,
the city of
these are
London, the city of London, the
City
Vatican
of
City.
London. I'm sorry, you're correct,
That's
and we
okay.
can
The
barely hear
Vatican
you.
City.
Something's going on with your microphone.
Mic
We
check,
can
mic
barely hear
check.
you.
Can you
Okay,
hear me
there
now?
you are.
The
Yes, we
city
can
of
hear you now.
London, the city of London, the
Yes.
Vatican City, and
Mm-hmm.
Washington District of Columbia that
In
they
DC.
claim they have changed to the city of Washington. Now, each
Okay.
of these cities have their own flag and their own, I'm using air quotes here, sovereignty. What does that mean, sisters?
Okay. So my question is, okay, if the very beginning, even though the colonists was not the British, it was the Spaniards, it was you know uh, the conquistadors. When did this contract happen with the Vatican and Washington D.C.? Because Washington D.C. didn't even exist at that time, right? Am I correct? Because the capital, so-called capital, was in Philadelphia. We're not asking pertinent questions, and we keep skipping over history. It's a lot that they're not saying. That's what
Well,
I pay
well,
attention
actually,
to.
Wakita, whether we be accurate or not, there was Philadelphia, there was New York, there was a number of places that they supposedly operated from. But for the military district, which is part of Maryland and part of Virginia, you know, you would have to have an actual United States, right? So that couldn't
Right.
be before 1790. But go ahead, sis.
But what I was asking is, okay, American Revolution happened, the British lost, but then here we are in contract in unison with the British. When did that happen?
I think
Let's
what
get
our
into
sister
that.
is saying, okay, well, go into how it was the Americans, not the European colonizers. And secondly, this contract you're talking about is like the government service agency, or what we call the GSA today. The government
Hmm.
services were handed between the king and the so-called British loyalists. But go ahead, sis.
Yes, let's get into it. I would like to read just a little excerpt from the book, An Historic Onslaught of European Immigrants on American Soil, organized into de facto body politics of Christian white citizens and incorporated as state of artificial entities. They exploited majority rule democracy principles for socio-political and economic power to control over a racialized United States society. Once politically empowered through federal administrative policies in the 1800s, white citizens engaged their religious just war doctrine to physically annihilate Aboriginal Americans and claim alloidium, ownership to all American lands deemed transferable by the federal government. Under federal actions, this vast continental North America landmass was dispossessed from the indigenous Aboriginal people and granted to immigrants. In this vein, artificial state of incorporated socio-political bodies of white citizens began usurping the sovereignty of Aboriginal American nation states under the guise of a democratic government administration for each sovereign state republic comprising this country. During this era, the eradication of Aboriginal American people, us, the natural born citizens, was strategically waged by belligerent white citizens promoting religious just war to realize their manifest destiny, all the while advancing their egregious notion to make America a great Christian stronghold fortified on white supremacy. Now that's from page 277 in the book. Did that answer some for you, sis?
Not really, because we kind of jumped to the 1800s with that. My question is exactly when did did Washington D.C. I'm not going to say America, Washington D.C. decide to go in a contractual relationship with the City of London and the Vatican? Because I
That
think
question,
Mhm.
that question right there, Sister Wakita, I do not have an answer to. I have not done any research on, what did you say, the City of London and the Vatican in
And
Washington
Washington
City?
D.C.
Yes, I have not done any research on that. If anyone, maybe in the chat, is knowledgeable on what the sister is speaking, please click the link and bring some clarity to her question. What I have done research on is these documents right here that I have on this next slide. The Royal Proclamation of 1763, a Declaration of 1776, popularly known as the Declaration of Independence, but it's actually entitled A Declaration. The Articles of Confederation of 1777, the Delaware Treaty of 1778, the Treaty of Paris 1783, the Confederation Congress Proclamation of 1783, the Land Ordinance of 1784, the Land Ordinance of 1785, and the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, and of course, the Constitution for the United States of America. Now, these are documents that I am saying acknowledge Aboriginal title in United States, and we're the Aboriginal people. So we are the ones who are the true owners of this land and soil based on the great law of peace.
The reason why I was asking these, because this is just speculation on my part. I am going to do some deep diving in research. The contracts that have been signed and the agreement, along with subsequent bankruptcy of these corporations that was created. I think those terms and conditions in those contracts directly affected the Aborigine. If you go through the timeline from when the first colonists reached their shores, even up to today, because they have to keep changing, they felt like they have to keep changing the name of our people. These different names are under different contracts. See, the world is ran by trust and contract. And of course, we know very little because we're not taught in these public schools that we were forced to go. But I think this is part of the history that is not really, being researched or studied. Why so many names of even this landmass? Because I think these different contracts was involved, and only the people or places or names that are listed in contract can actually take part and be enforced. So that just put a light bulb over my head. We're technically supposed to be enemies of the British, but it's a lot going on behind the scenes that we're not asking about. And I think it is have a lot to do with contracts and agreements. I yield.
Yes, sister. Thank you so much for that
That's an
insight.
interesting supposition, and I'm not going to suggest anything that you said was inaccurate. But what I would again say, we need the paperwork. Certain people like to say they like to throw around the word paperwork directed at the actual American. They never let the foreigners reveal their paperwork, which is about to be blown up right now. The Vatican, the British Museum, the Louvre, you feel me? The Moors, Moorish people called Moormans in Utah. When we gonna do that paperwork, sis? When we gonna get that paperwork? And again, my suggestion is most people don't realize George Washington was still a loyalist with a what you would call his entitlement of being in the British forces, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
These people were called Tories. The Tories are the loyalists. They also had debt. Every war has that, right? But look, Angel,
Well, we just heard 47 say that they're Tories. He literally used that term. So everything what you were saying is what he literally was letting it be known, and he did not stutter. He said it loud and clear.
now let's not forget the House of Windsor that Charles III represented is a Germanic crown. Correct, ladies? But go ahead with your presentation, sis.
Say that again, because you're kind of, I don't know if you're going
The
in and out, but you don't sound as clear as you did before.
mic check, mic check. 1, 2. The House
Okay.
of Windsor is a Germanic bloodline. Correct, Wakita?
That's correct. That is correct.
See?
The original British uh, monarchy family started with William the Terrible, who was a melanated man, and the one that was indigenous to the English British territory.
In what time period is he?
Well, that would be
Around,
before the year 1000, somewhere around
yeah,
there, because
yeah.
King
Mhm.
John is going to get into problems with the Magna Carta, turning over whatever land they claim they have on the British Isles to the Pope. But go ahead, sis. Y'all got it. I'm on mute.
So yeah, they came in and hypothecated and took over that monarchy, but they were Germanic. They were German. And don't get it twisted now. Just because and this is where I try to help out my peers. Just because we say Germany, Italy, France, any of those European countries does not mean that they were Caucasian. They don't mean that all the time. So we have to really get that out of our head.
Right.
The indigenous people of Europa was melanated.
Right.
So you have to, go back that far back.
And even
Where,
further back, the Cheddar
right,
Man.
right, exactly. So, um, all roads lead, all roads lead home to maternity, to the melanated mother. Sorry, not sorry.
Sis, before you go into this particular slide, I don't know if you paid attention when you played that criminal, making all those utterances, and we know the lies that come out of his mouth is like drinking water from a fire hose. But he had the nerve to say and introduce Mark Wayne Mullen, the current
Oh, that's
Department
coming
of
up
Homeland
later in the
Security.
presentation. It's coming up
O-
later
Okay, well, then
in the
let me
pre.
know because I got the imposters on deck. The bullshit in Congress. What?
Yes, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. This is just a little overview so that
Now,
we
remember
have a
when
foundation.
he introduced Mark Wayne Mullen as a Native American being out of Oklahoma, which is ironic. And don't forget the
I
last
have that
Department of
video, brother.
Interior. Yeah, well, remember the last criminal, the Irish Catholic, put in a winch and claimed she go back 35 generations. You remember that, Wakita? Deb
Yeah.
Hagelin, Haland. What kind of name is that for a nigga, as
Can
Richard
y'all
Pryor?
put a pin in that? Hold that.
Look,
When we
girl,
get
look, go ahead on.
Yeah, when we get to that. And please, Alabama, we got to do something about your mic because you sound distorted.
Very.
So let's continue. This slide here is going to give us a little background on that proclamation of 1763 that was issued by King George III, who is the ancestor to the so-called King Charles. Britain won the 7 years, or what is also known as the French and Indian War, to become the leading colonial power in February of 1763, which transferred to them all of France's colonial holdings in North America. However, by sovereign American authority and jurisdiction, a confederation of Aboriginal nations rose to force the British off their indigenous lands in May of 1763, and that is popularly known as Pontiac's War. To turn the tide of greater casualties and losses, because our warriors was putting in that work and was taking them out. So to turn the tide of greater casualties and losses, King George III issued a royal proclamation demarcating between the British colonial occupied areas. Let's not get it twisted. They talk about the so-called 13 colonies. Those were colonial occupied areas. And so he drew a demarcation between those occupied areas and the American Confederation of Aboriginal Nations. So if we take a look at this map, we will see in the dark pink the so-called 13 colonies, which there was really technically more than 13. There were 14, but for some reason they got stuck on 13, and I think I know why, but I'm not going to get all into that. But past that demarcation line of 1763, on here they call it Indian Reserve. But all of this land is our land because they were occupying that territory that they called their so-called colonies. So let me get back to the readings here. There was a demarcation between the colonial occupied areas and the American Confederation of Aboriginal Nations fighting to regain our ancestral lands. It is documented that 10 Aboriginal nations were under the leadership of various war chiefs that included Pontiac and Gayasuta. British colonial expansion was fought to a standstill. Pontiac ended the war in 1766 with a peace treaty with the British that all the war chiefs did not agree on. And I'm going to leave that at that, and encourage everyone to do further readings and further research. But from what I found out is that all the war chiefs were not in agreement. They did not want a peace treaty at that time. That fighting had been going on from 1763 to 1766, and the majority of the war chiefs was saying, no, we're going to keep fighting until we get all these pale faces up out of here. But Pontiac signed that treaty, and that was that. So Let me move on to the next slide here.
Mic
I,
check, mic check. How do I hear? How do I sound?
oh, so much better. Give thanks.
Okay, then let me just read this slide and then I'll hand it back to you. So I just want to make sure that you guys can hear me. The treaty with the Delawares, 1778. Articles of Agreement and Confederation made and entered into by Andrew and Thomas Lewis, Esquires. Hate that title. Commissioners for and in behalf of the United States of North America of the one part and Captain White Eyes, Captain John Kilbuck Jr., and Captain Pipe, deputies and chief men of the Delaware Nation of the other part. Article 6.
Excuse me, bro. Excuse
Mhm.
me. Can you please pause right there? I don't, I want us all to really look at this. It says and in behalf of the United States of North America, of the one part, okay, those two commissioners. And on the other part, this Captain White Eyes, that's an Aborigine, Captain John Kilbuck, Aborigines. These are all Aborigines. These are all Aboriginal leaders.
Of the
So
Delaware
one
Nation.
part of the Delaware, or the what we say the Lenape, and these were our leaders at that time, or probably they were war chiefs. And but the importance to me is on the United States of America, on the one part, we have representatives, because these commissioners, they're representatives. But on the other part, we have the sovereign people. So this is indicative of how they attach themselves to us. And it's like what Sister Wakita was saying. We allowed, we allowed that. And we did. We allowed that. But let me let you finish, because this particular article brings it all into better context.
So, Article 6. Whereas the enemies of the United States have endeavored by every artifice in their power to possess the Indians, the Aborigines, in general, with an opinion that it is the design of the states aforesaid to extirpate the Indians, the Aborigines, and take possession of their country to obviate such false suggestion. The United States do engage to guarantee to the aforesaid nation of Delawares and their heirs all their territorial rights in the fullest and most ample manner, as it bathed, or that should be hath, as it hath bounded by former treaties, as long as they, the said Delaware nation, shall abide by and hold fast the chain of friendship now entered into. And it is further agreed on between the contracting parties, should it for the future be found conducive for the mutual interest of both parties, to invite any other tribes, nations, who have been friends to the interests of the United States to join the present Confederation and to form a state whereof the Delaware nation shall be the head and have a representation in Congress. Before we go further, let us be clear that everything said right there was broken before the ink was dry. And all of these people participating in whatever this we want to call contracting are liars, cheats, thieves, and murderers. But I yield, sis. You got it.
So, Sister Wakita, this is some of what you were speaking on contracts.
Mm-hmm.
Literally stating this treaties are contracts.
That's
And
right.
this treaty is literally stating that those who were representatives in the Continental Congress, okay, they were working on behalf of the Aboriginal people and by our authority and jurisdiction and permission, and that they were literally had put themselves in a position as a security force for us. because we have to remember they were military and they came under the capacity of military and literally took oaths to secure our rights and our territorial rights. It says right here, all our territorial rights in the fullest and most ample manner. And this word Bath, Alabama, I had a problem with that too, but I checked several uh, sources, and that's the way they said that term back then, because it's in all the sources.
And
So
it may
that's why I
be
left it
like
there.
a, a parts of speech like bathe, bathe, bath. I don't know. Of course, we
Yes.
think it's bath. You're taking a bath. And
I
I believe we did take a bath. We got hosed. But go ahead, sis.
Yes, but this particular article is very clear that the Confederation that was set up as the United States of America could only be set up under the authority and jurisdiction of Aboriginal nations because colonists, okay, were subjects of the British Crown.
Now, let's be
They
very
were
clear. The date
subjects.
is 1778. The Revolutionary War has just begun. The Declaration was in
Exactly.
1776. So let's keep this timeline in question or in consideration. Continue, sis. You got it.
Yes, and the
Can I
Articles
point?
of Confederation were 1777 that established the United States of America. It literally said that the style of this confederacy is the United States of America. And we had a witness back in 1766, from 1763 to 1766, 10 Aboriginal nations that came together into a confederation. We've always had confederacies and confederation here on our land. So for these foreigners to claim that they came over here and set up a confederation called the United States of America is absolutely false. And I yield to you, sis.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out because what he read from that document was the United States of North America, right? In that document, Alabama.
Oh, it absolutely says that. It also says of the one part, which is a differentiation from the Delaware Nation of the other part. Now, whether you wanted to elaborate on that going into your next
Right,
slide,
right,
Angel.
yeah, because again, here we go with the name, different name of this entity, which means what? A different contract. How many times have America name has been changed? The title or the in leagues or the DBA. How many times has it been changed?
Absolutely, sis.
Uppercase, lowercase, upper and lowercase,
And
inside
even
out,
in the
upside
article,
down. Yeah, go ahead.
and even
Yeah,
in the article itself, it states just the United States.
we need to pay attention to that because every time there's a name change, that's a new contract.
We could see it as a name change, but they're literally saying, well, this is all the same entity.
Well,
The United
they want you to
States,
give
the
the
United States of
illusion.
America, the United States of North America.
They want to give the illusion that is the same. It is not the same because the liabilities itself changes. The terms and conditions change. So they want to convince you that it's the same, but it's not.
And that's
I'm
where this
agreeing. I'm in
conflation. Yeah,
agreement. I'm in
yeah.
agreement with you, Sister Wakita, because the whole point of bringing all of this out is that these are tactics of usurpation that they use, like you're saying, changing the name, and which brought in uh, different ways of interpreting the contract. So I'm in agreement with you because they have been able to reconstruct it all.
And
And
one final
we,
thing, because I know you want to kind of move forward through your slides.
yes,
Esquires are foreign agents of the British Crown to this day. So entered into by Andrew and Thomas Lewis, Esquires, commissioners for and in behalf of these criminals that were calling themselves United States, which were yet to be united because the colonies hadn't ratified the Constitution, right? So I get what you're saying about the Articles of Confederation in 1777, but there were no states technically. But go ahead, sis. Cooking.
Technically, there were states. With a declaration dissolved all the colonies. All those legislative assemblies were dissolved under a declaration, and the states were declared under the Articles of Confederation. They declared it, but then they had to go fight a war to get the British Crown to relinquish their claims. And so I would like to move on to the Confederation Congress Proclamation of 1783. And this goes into what Sister Wakita was saying of how slick and how they keep changing the goalposts, keep changing this and changing that. And I wonder how savvy our Aboriginal leaders were back then to catch all of this. Because how many of our leaders actually were fluent in speaking the British English?
Well, not even British English, legalese, because that's what it
Exactly.
evolved
the
into.
issue
But go
right
ahead,
there.
sis.
We don't speak legalese. That's the issue.
Right. So I'm going to read this quickly. Journals of Congress. The Grand Committee consisting of Mr. Foster, Mr. Holton, Mr. Howell, Mr. Huntington, Mr. Dwayne, Mr. Condick, Mr. Montgomery, Mr. McHenry, Mr. Lee, Mr. Hawkins, Mr. Reed, to whom was referred an ordinance prohibiting the settlement and purchase of certain lands, reported the draft of a proclamation which was agreed to as follows by the United States and Congress assembled. A proclamation, whereas by the 9th of the Articles of Confederation, it is among other things declared that the United States and Congress assembled have the solo and exclusive right and power of regulating the trade and managing all affairs with the Indians, okay, not members of any other states, provided that the legislative right of any state within its own limits be not infringed or violated. And whereas it is essential to the welfare and interests of the United States, as well as necessary for the maintenance of harmony and friendship with the Indians, not members of any of the states, that all cause or of quarrel or complaint between them and the United States or any of them should be removed and prevented. Therefore, the United States and Congress assembled have thought proper to issue their proclamation, and they do hereby prohibit and forbid all persons from making settlements on lands inhabited or claimed by Indians, us Aborigines, without the limits or jurisdiction of any particular state, and from purchasing or receiving any gift or cession of lands or claims without the express authority and directions of the United States and Congress assembled. And it is moreover declared that every such purchase or settlement, gift, or cession not having the authority aforesaid is null and void, and that no right or title will accrue in consequence of any such purchase, gift, cession, or settlement done in Congress at Princeton this 22nd day of September in the year of our Lord 1783 and of our sovereignty and independence the 8th. And there's the website for those who want to do further reading on that proclamation. Alabama, any feedback? Sister Wakita?
It makes no difference that we reiterate that any document agreed upon has no authority when we're not dealing with the matriarchy. That's first. Secondly, everything they just said there, no purchase, settlement, gift, or cession, not having the authority is what? And they have no right
Null
or
and void.
title.
Is null and void.
They have no right or title. And that no right or title will accrue in consequence of any such purchase, gift, cession, or settlement. These people will forever be settlers. Go ahead, sis.
Sister Wakita?
I just felt like that, like he said earlier, we were hoes. They knew how they were around us long enough to know, to study and understand our culture, our way of life, our way of commerce. We traded and we bartered. There was no monetary system. There was no credit and debit system here. And even when it comes down to agreements and contracts, your word was your bond. And there were witnesses. Not that we could not write on paper or read. It was our culture that drove how we interacted with each other, especially commercially. So they just took advantage of that. How in the hell you gonna be able to buy the whole Manhattan Island with a string of beads? Really? Really? So they took full advantage, thinking that we were naive and go. Now we may have been a little gullible, but we were very capable, very articulate people who had very well established governments and communities here. Again, they just saw, you know, uh, a less complicated way of life, and they took advantage of it. I yield.
Thank you, sister. So I need to reference back to the Delaware Treaty because that treaty was 1778, which preceded this proclamation. But for me, this proclamation is literally documenting how they started to begin their usurpation. In the Delaware Treaty, it literally said that the first state was to be Delaware, and that was to be a nation state of the Delaware or the Lenape nation of people. Okay? But in here, they're saying that only Congress has the authority to conduct, let me find it, has the exclusive right and power of regulating the legislative right of any state within its own limits. But let me
But
get to the
not
part
any
where it
member,
says,
but
oh,
not
managing
members.
all the affairs. Excuse me, brother.
It said right up there where you were talking, assembled, have solo and exclusive, regulating trade, managing all affairs with the Indians.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you, brother. That's it. They said only Congress. And it said not members of any of the states, which to me makes no sense when the Aborigines were to be the nation states. So this document to me is proof of the usurpation because we know in Alabama, you and I, we've spoken on this before, that Delaware became a state December 7th, 1787. And it's the state of Delaware. The state of Delaware, which is an administrated state. It's not the republic. It's not the nation state of the people. So that's the point I wanted to make on that proclamation of 1783. Like to continue the land ordinance of 1784. This is more evidence of the usurpation. And it says on this date in Annapolis, Maryland, the Confederation Congress, in a 22-2 vote, approved the ordinance of 1784, creating a framework for the establishment of territorial governments in the area north of the Ohio River, just a few months after ratifying the Treaty of Paris and ending the American Revolution. A committee led by Thomas Jefferson of Virginia and assisted by Jeremiah Townley Chase of Maryland and David Howe of Rhode Island compiled the ordinance and laid out boundaries for an unspecified number of states. As reported by the committee on March 1st, the ordinance outlawed slavery in the territory and stated that free males of full age could form a temporary government by adopting the constitution of any existing state once the territory reached a certain population level. The interim government could apply for statehood. In the debate leading up to the final vote, some key provisions, including the abolition of slavery and a clause preventing people who held hereditary titles from becoming U.S. citizens, were eventually struck from the legislation.
You're going to have to elaborate on hereditary title and using the words of Aboriginal and other type of quote unquote claims to title, because this is land claims, right? They're not specifying it there, but what else could they be referring to? You held hereditary titles from becoming United States citizens, but then struck from the legislation. So please elaborate.
Well, what I'm reading into this term, hereditary titles, are titles of nobility. Titles of nobility. Like coming from a
So
foreign
again,
land.
that's why I wanted to hear you say it your way. This is all foreigners are only
Foreigners.
becoming United States citizens. This is for
Yes.
the slow in the peanut gallery, the back of the class, and riding the short bus. Pay attention. Get the wax out of your ears. But go ahead, sis.
Right. So let's move on to the next slide.
I have a quick question before you move on.
Yes, sister.
Can we one day have a discussion? Because this is another thing that we skip over and don't mention and it don't really connect in the timeline. Who, when, where, how these slaves came about. Because they just want to throw the word slave in there and keep it pushing. No, because I want to harken back to the very first video that we watched when we came on. We had family members, the Scott, who was talking about their grandfather, who had to have known, if he was an Aborigine, who those people were. So if his genealogy was different, clearly there were others who were origines from here. We don't talk about it. We don't talk about how they became slaves, the prison or war or whatever. When did the term slave even became part of the English language on a regular basis? Because it was not. When during that time, if you do your research, they did not use that word. And I have a video on that. As a matter of fact, when I was reading the autobiography of Malcolm X, that was mentioned. They didn't use the term slave. That's a very contemporary term. So if we can one day have a discussion on who were these slaves, how they became slaves, when did they become slaves, and why? I yield.
Yes, sister, I agree. And in previous live streams, we have touched on that topic of enslavement, of captivity, of prisoners of war. And we all know that before this term African slavery was invented, literally the only slavery that was trying to be instituted here on our land was so-called Indian slavery. And we have the colonial statutes to back that up.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
I would like to read Alabama. Can you see this slide? Because there is something in the actual text of this ordinance. It says that so much of the territory ceded or to be ceded by individual states to the United States, as is already purchased or shall be purchased of the Indian inhabitants and offered for sale by Congress, shall be divided into distinct
Distinct
states.
states in the following manner. As nearly as such sessions, again, those are S's that look like F's,
Mm-hmm.
sessions will admit. So again, nearly as such sessions will admit that is so far, or is to say, by parallels of latitude, so that each state shall comprehend from north to south 2 degrees of latitude, beginning to count from the completion of 45 degrees north of the equator, and by, is that meridians? I think that's meridians of longitude, one of which shall pass through, I think that's the lowest point. Those F's, they
The
really throw
lowest.
you off.
Mm-hmm.
Of the rapids of Ohio. So again, stay where we're talking about here. This Northwest, this is not even the Northwest Ordinance yet. This is an ordinance past the 13 colonies.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the other through the Western Cape of the mouth of the, is that Kahani? Kahaway.
Wow.
Kanhaway, the great, that's Kanhaway.
Mm-hmm.
Kanhaway.
Mm-hmm.
But the territory eastward of this last meridian between the Ohio, Lake Erie, and Pennsylvania, these are all lakes and rivers, shall be one state. So I guess this is creation of Ohio. It's going from
Mm-hmm.
Pennsylvania to Ohio.
Right.
Whatsoever may be is comprehension of latitude. That which may lie beyond the completion of the 45th degree between said meridians shall make part of the state adjoining it on the fourth, no, on the south. So this
On the
is north
south.
and south of Ohio. And that
Mm-hmm.
part, and south of that would be Pennsylvania. South and east of Ohio is Pennsylvania, which is between the same meridians coinciding, is that nearly
Nearly.
coinciding nearly with the parallel of 39 degrees, shall be fashioned. I think that's what that's supposed to be. Fashioned so far in lieu of that
I think it's
parallel as a
situated.
boundary line.
Oh, it's not situated? Okay. I'm sorry.
Or maybe substituted.
Substituted. Yeah, there you go.
Shall be substituted for, no, shall be substituted so far in lieu of that parallel as a boundary line. So again, here we are allowing criminals to draw something that we call a map today. But go ahead, sis.
Yes. And I find it interesting that this to me is more evidence of the usurpation that Congress was taking upon themselves to say that either they already purchased or shall purchase, or and then they're going to term us aborigines. We're no longer aborigines and the sovereigns of the land. Now we're Indian inhabitants. An inhabitant is a foreigner. An inhabitant is an immigrant. How do you call indigenous people Indian inhabitants?
Sis, pause your share for a second. Let me throw this in here going to that next slide, because this is some of what we have been talking about with the imposters. So give me a second here.
But isn't that what happening today? Even though I don't participate in that in the voting process, but aren't they redrawing lines right now?
Yes, sister.
Can y'all see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Same
Okay, now
thing.
this is a little trailer, and then I'm going to show you another little ditty.
100 million native indigenous people lived on this Northern American continent that we call Turtle Island. Now we are the smallest minority.
It stopped playing.
Oh, okay. Let me stop sharing and go back out and come back in, because I don't know what's going on here. Now, this is a trailer for some of the, you see where it says the smallest minority.
100 million native indigenous people lived on this Northern American continent that we call Turtle Island. Now we are the smallest minority group in the United States. And we're still here. Join me as we travel to meet the tribes across Native America. I am Ruth Ann Thorne, and this is Indian Country. I lost my shit at the end there. So you're taking this space back is really what's happened here, right?
We don't have to follow the colonial model that was set in front of us.
Yeah.
We can really understand the teachings and learnings of our ancestors and start to bring that back and do it through this food.
I get emotional thinking about the impact that my grandmother had, because she didn't get to see me as a Black Eyed Peas. She didn't get to see a lot of these wins. But most of all, she didn't get to see me represent for our indigenous communities. And that, for me, it's everything.
It's like riding a horse. I'm in my saddle, I got my reins. You're killing it, girl. You really are. The fact that you have that humility, that even though you've been on Vogue, I saw you.
You know, staying grounded in my culture, you know, being surrounded by my people helps me stay grounded, stay true to who I am.
I feel like I'm your auntie going, yeah, go girl, keep doing that. You might be eating rabbit in about 3 weeks.
Or squirrel.
Okay, sis, y'all got that?
So where is that going to be aired?
I don't remember when I was watching this. This is, again, them claiming Indian country. But you got it, sis. I wanted that
Yes.
to be kind of like your segue into the land ordinance. And we're going to circle back on something else there when you get ready to talk about who these imposters known as Native Americans.
Right.
And I wanted that comparison to the earlier video about land theft, and I yield.
Right. I mean, we have freedom of speech in our country. So they are free to say whatever it is that they feel they need to say. But speaking the truth and being the truth obviously is two different things for them, because they are not the indigenous people. They're not, they, to this day, every Native American that I have asked, could you please define the term indigenous and cite your source? They get to stuttering and they don't know what the term indigenous means. And to be indigenous is to be an aborigine of the land, because the term indigenous is an adjective that describes aborigines' relationship to their ancestral land. We are indigenous to America. Only aborigines are indigenous. And that's an explanation out of the UN. So they don't need to get upset with me. They can go take it up with the UN. When the UN explain what the term indigenous relates to, it relates to the Aboriginal people. And the Aboriginal people of North America are proto-Negroid. We're proto-Negroid. That means we have Negro-Negroid phenotypic features, which they do not have. So they're making claims that they can't substantiate, and they're making themselves look the way they're making themselves look, like they're a fraud. And they're so quick to call someone else a pretendian when they're not the proto-Negroid.
Oh, well,
Every time
sis,
they
now
keep
you,
digging, that's all they keep finding is proto-Negroid.
okay, now you done gas me up. So this is only 10 minutes. Let me throw this supposed promise to the Cherokee. Okay, and then you get back to your slide.
Oh, you might want to save that for the other part, because I
No, I
got some
think this is
stuff.
a segue to your land ordinance. Check
Yeah,
this out.
oh my goodness.
Check this out.
This would
Hold on a
go
second. You see
good in
what the
the other
title
part.
says? Will
Yes.
Congress fulfill a 184-year-old promise to the Cherokee? You ready?
You might want to save that till the end, because it would go better.
Okay. Well, I got that argument part to bring up too, but it's like that's a half hour. So okay, go ahead, sis. You got the
Okay.
screen.
So let's continue on with these slides. Let me see, how many more do I have before I end out this session, so we can get to that portion where you got a lot of good information to give. I'm going to quickly go through these slides. We just looked at this land ordinance of 1784,
Yeah,
which
you're
is
going to the next one, I think,
of their
1785.
usurpation. Yes, the land ordinance of 1785, where this is the ordinance that they literally passed this act into Congress. They passed this legislative act to set up the public land survey system to start to subdivide the land. And the previous ordinance, they was laying it out that, okay, we're going to set these boundaries based on these meridians of latitude. But this is the actual ordinance where they set up the public land survey system.
Hold
And
up.
here's a
Before you read
description.
that description part, let me
Yes.
do the white American saying this is a British land. Donald John Trump, May 20th, 1785, an ordinance for ascertaining the mode of disposing of lands in the Western Territory. Be it ordained by the United States in Congress assembled that these or that the territory ceded, please underscore that, ceded by individual states to the United States, which has been purchased of the Indian inhabitants, shall be disposed of in the following manner. A surveyor from each state shall be appointed by Congress or a committee of the states, who shall take an oath for the faithful discharge of his duty, before the geographer of the United States, who is hereby empowered and directed to administer the same. And the like oath shall be administered to each chain carrier, that is chain,
Yes.
right? By the
Yes.
surveyor under whom he serves, or what that last word there, I can't really make out. But you
It
got it,
looks
sister.
like acts. So this is interesting to me because in the previous ordinance, they talked about how lands were either purchased from the Indian inhabitants, and now they're talking about how these lands that were literally taken from the Aborigines are given to the states. But we must bear in mind that when they say states, they're talking about de facto states. They're not the de jure states. They're not the de jure nation states of Aboriginal people. Those are the de jure republics, the states, the nation states. They're talking about artificial entities incorporated as state of administrative governments. And this is the trick. And this is how they put their spin on it. And we have got to deconstruct this and see what they've done so that we know how to deal with it. Yes, Sister Wakita?
I apologize. I didn't say anything.
Oh, excuse me. I thought you had something, some feedback or something to add. Excuse me, sisters. So let me get into this description. It says the Land Ordinance of 1785, enacted by the Confederation Congress, defined how ownership, now they're talking ownership, of the vast lands in the Northwest Territory would be legally transferred from the federal government to states and individual landowners. From the federal government, see, the federal government took our land, took the land from us Aborigines, and now they're transferring it to these de facto artificial entities calling themselves states. They're state of administrative governments. And now they're trying to disperse our land to individual landowners. It provided for land surveys and specified that tracts should be divided into townships of 6 mile square. This standardization of federal land surveys reduced boundary disputes and was intended to encourage westward expansion. Furthermore, it generated income for the government as new settlers, as we know, immigrants, foreigners, purchased land. The Land Ordinance of 1785 laid the foundation for how Western lands were surveyed and sold until the Homestead Act of 1862. So somebody do the math. 1785 to 1862. The Committee on Public Lands was created in 1805 because the federal government's involvement in the sale of public land, this document was included in the committee's records. So the land was usurped from us Aborigines by Congress, in Congress assembled, taken into federal under federal administration. Then it was transferred to these artificial entities, state of governments. And then from there, it was transferred into private land ownership. Okay. And the vehicle that they used to transfer and convey all of this land was through the public land survey system that this ordinance brought into effect. And then it looked like in 1805, they set up a committee of public lands. So at some point, they transferred a lot of the land into what is called public lands to sell the land off. So let's move on. Here's another slide on the public land survey system. And the public land survey system is the surveying method developed and used in the United States to plat or divide real property for sale and settling, also known as the rectangular survey system. It was created by the Land Ordinance of 1785 to survey land ceded to the United States by the Treaty of Paris in 1783, following the end of the American Revolution. Because what we know of that Treaty of 1783, King George III relinquished all his claims to land and resources in North America. And from that, they said, okay, he ceded all those lands to him. That's what the Congress, the United States and Congress assembled were saying. But we also have the 1778 Delaware Treaty, where they also said, okay, all these states are going to literally be nation states because y'all literally have the authority and jurisdiction. You're the aborigines of the land, and we are going to protect your rights, all your territorial rights, which, as Alabama said, it never happened. It never happened. And we can hold them accountable, and we must hold them accountable to that. So let me go on here. It says, beginning with the present.
How many more slides do you have?
Okay, you want me to stop reading this and count them?
Well, I was just wondering how much longer, because like I said, I did have a section that we wanted to talk about as far as the land claimed issues. And if you can see in the chat, a friend of ours sent us something if you want to incorporate that. But I'm going to go back on mute.
Okay, I'll go quickly. Unless you feel like we don't need this background information. Okay, the public, let me see, where did I leave off? The PLSS has been used as the primary survey method in the United States. Okay, and it says, following the passage of the Northwest Ordinance in 1787, the Surveyor General of the Northwest platted lands in the Northwest Territory. The Surveyor General was later merged with the United States General Land Office, the GLO, which later became part of the U.S. Bureau of Land Management, the BLM. Today, the BLM controls the survey, sale, and settling of lands acquired by the United States. And this is a marker that is in honor of the public land survey system. And I do believe this marker is located in Ohio. So I have some other information I wanted to quote from my book, but I don't know if I have time to read through this because it does pertain to everything that has been said thus far. Okay. The great degree of environmental devastation and loss in natural wealth inheritance to Aboriginal American people is unfathomable. Land grabbing by immigrants as private citizens of the United States from 1800s to 1900s amassed enormous fortunes from a great transfer of Aboriginal American inherited lands and natural resources into generational wealth to immigrants. The acquisition of such real estate transactions as well is well documented and recorded in government data generated by the Public Land Survey System, which you can find in 43 USC 18. Detailed historic American deforestation statistics also serve as empirical proof in recording the non-random destruction to the vast regions of Aboriginal American environmental landscapes from European immigration. This historic deforestation of Aboriginal America from the unabated desecration of ancient trees directly occurred in response to massive intrusion from overwhelming numbers of European immigrants with an E, immigrants with an E, meaning they're coming and they're coming to stay, flooding the country. The federal government afforded a relocation of various European ethnicities to the United States and coordinated their settlement of target regional areas. This historic European settlement in the United States happened from the planning and decision making of executive branch policies as funded by Congress. These federal actions cannot withstand the fact that an Aboriginal built environment existed eons before European colonists invaded North America. The environmental spatial intelligence of indigenous Aborigines sculpted a flourishing forest landscape across continental North America. Their natural born intuitiveness, traditional knowledge, and wisdom from a living cultural heritage has sustained indigenous Aboriginal environmental ingenuity and integrity from immemorial antiquity, from pages 68 to 69. So let's move on quickly to the Northwest Ordinance, and officially entitled An Ordinance for the Government of the Territory of the United States Northwest of the River Ohio. The Northwest Ordinance was adopted on July 13, 1787 by the Confederation Congress. The One House Legislature operating under the Articles of Confederation. The Northwest Ordinance chartered a government for the Northwest Territory, provided a method for admitting new states to the Union from the territory, and listed a Bill of Rights guaranteed in the territory. Three principal provisions were ordained in the document: a division of the Northwest Territory into not less than 3, no more than 5 states, a 3-stage method for admitting a new state, a Bill of Rights protecting religious freedom, the right to a writ of habeas corpus, the benefit of trial by jury, and other individual rights. In addition, the ordinance encouraged education and forbade slavery. So let me just read a little bit from the ordinance itself, Section 8, to lay out the parts of the district in which the Indian titles shall have been extinguished into counties and townships, subject, however, to such alterations as may thereafter be made by the legislature. So the Indian titles are later going to be referred to as the Aboriginal titles. And it's saying here in the ordinance that the Aboriginal titles were extinguished into counties and townships. Okay, so Article 3, this excerpt, I would like to point out, states, the utmost good faith shall always be observed towards the Indians, us Aborigines. Their lands and properties shall never be taken from them without their consent, and in their property rights and liberty they shall never be invaded or disturbed unless, see, here they go, unless in just and lawful wars authorized by Congress. But laws founded in justice and humanity shall from time to time be made for preventing wrongs being done to them, and for preserving peace and friendship with them. And this to me is them talking out of both sides of their mouth, talking with that
We
so-called forked
charge
tongue.
genocide.
Yes, absolutely. So let me continue quickly here so we can get to the next portion. And like I said, the Indian title that they spoke of in the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, which actually was passed, a legislative act that was passed by Congress before the Constitution for the United States of America. Okay.
Let me give
So
you a break
Aboriginal,
just for this part, right quickly. The United States was the first jurisdiction to acknowledge the common law doctrine of aboriginal title, also known as, quote, original Indian title, unquote, or Indian right of occupancy. Native American tribes, flag on the play, and nations establish aboriginal title by actual, continuous, and exclusive use and occupancy for a, quote, long time, unquote. Individuals may also establish aboriginal title if their ancestors held title as individuals. Unlike other jurisdictions, the content of aboriginal title is not limited to historical or traditional land uses. Aboriginal title may not be alienated except to the federal government or with the approval of Congress. Aboriginal title is distinct from the lands Native Americans own in fee simple and occupy under federal trust. Please pay attention to that last sentence, you mentally challenged people. Aboriginal title is distinct from the lands Native Americans own, that's still a questionable thing to say, in fee simple and occupy under federal trust. The power of Congress to extinguish Aboriginal title by, quote, purchase or conquest, unquote, or with a clear statement is plenary and exclusive. Such extinguishment is not compensable or compensable under the Fifth Amendment, although various statutes provide for compensation. Unextinguished Aboriginal title provides a federal common law cause of action for ejectment or trespass, for which there is federal subject matter jurisdiction. Many potentially meritorious tribal lawsuits have been settled by congressional legislation providing for the extinguishment of Aboriginal title as well as monetary compensation or the approval of gaming and gambling enterprises. Before 1763, the colonial history of the United States was characterized by private purchases of lands from Indians. Many of the earliest deeds in the eastern states purport to commemorate such transactions. And Wakita, I know you want to chop that up.
Yeah, um, they know where the bodies are hidden, even though they may claim, "Oh no, those records caught fire in in City Hall back in yeah, right, okay." Again, they thrive. Their existence has always been on documentation. That's the only way they really know how to operate. So they basically, have shot their own selves in the foot because there is a paper trail. Believe that. I know people's like, oh, paperwork, paperwork. No, this is exhibit A, B, C, and D. That's what that is. Not paperwork. This is evidence. And I don't know why our people shy from that, because they wrote their crimes on paper. And all we have to do is go find that so-called paperwork and present it as evidence. Right along giving a notice of liability. I yield.
absolutely, sister. And that's what we're doing. We're showing the paper trail. All these ordinances, they have literally condemned themselves because under their oaths and duty, they are not securing our rights. They are not protecting our rights as Aborigines. They are continually misidentifying us by exonyms and misnomers, thinking that that in some way is going to cover up what they have done to us, the Aboriginal people of the land and soil. But they absolutely cannot hide.
We're no longer under that contract. That's why they don't have to honor it. Again, that's why they keep
Well, there's
moving us.
expirations as far as the statute of limitations, if there was ever honored, and the treaties themselves have been abrogated according to them. It's not about us. But even
But
if
there
we
is no
were
statute
knowledgeable enough,
limitation
yeah,
of
well, you know,
correcting
there
errors.
is no statute of limitations on fraud, particularly.
On fraud.
But
Right.
but here's, ladies, what I want to ask you, because I'm seeing this is slide 57. I mean, I think this is a key point right here to maybe interject that Cherokee promise, but I still have this serious portion that I want us to consider, even if we don't entertain anyone from the chat or come on board to have a conversation. I want this to be tied together on remedy. Okay, sis? So if you want me to interject the promise, I'm using air quotes, the promise to the Cherokee, I think this is a very key transition point right here from what we just discussed, because they constantly reference Aboriginal title and then claim Native Americans own in fee simple. What is fee simple, Wakita? And occupy under federal trust.
And another thing is Congress, they're stating here that Congress has the power to extinguish Aboriginal title. And that is absolute genocide. Because how can you take away the land of the Aboriginal people? How could you give yourself the power to do that? We charge genocide.
Okay, you don't have to pull your screen down. I think everybody sees the video right there. You could just leave it there and everybody mute. So I want to play this. Tell me if you hear the sound.
Tribal officials say they have a treaty with the U.S. government ensuring they can have an official representing them, but it has never been done before.
It reads, it is.
Could y'all hear that sound?
Yes.
Okay, so let me expand here. And again, the promise, 184-year promise to the Cherokee.
Tribal officials say they have a treaty with the U.S. government ensuring they can have an official representing them, but it has never been done before.
It reads, it is stipulated that they shall be entitled to a delegate in the House of Representatives.
If seated, she would have a voice, though no vote in Washington.
I think the time is right for the Cherokee Nation to make the demand of the United States that it fulfill its commitment made so very long ago.
When I was a kid, this was all dirt road, and it wasn't even dirt road, it was big rocks. I'm Kimberly Teehee. I was born in Chicago. My parents moved there as part of a federal relocation program, and we moved back to Oklahoma when I was probably first or second grade. We're standing on the Teehee Cherokee restricted land allotment, and it's the land where I would come and visit my grandma and grandpa regularly. I get asked questions about why I do what I do. This is it. Because as I grew up and became more knowledgeable about federal policy, about policies relating to land, about boarding schools, about assimilation, acculturation, and I realized so much of my own personal life and history is intertwined with that policy. I spent nearly 12 years where I oversaw the Congressional Native American Caucus.
Indians are fighting people because of a lot of the history that we've had to retain for ourselves, and we persevere as a result of it.
There's a lot of issues, as you well know, and I've only touched the surface of what's pending in Congress right now, but again, I encourage you to stay active.
And I got a call out of the blue one day at work, and it was from the White House.
I appointed Kimberly Teehee of the Cherokee Nation
as my Native American policy advisor.
One of the most influential Native American women today, Ms. Teehee sits on President Obama's Domestic Policy Council.
I will never forget where I've come from. It oftentimes inspires me to do what I'm doing now. It is personal for me. I believe being seated in Congress would be another way for me to have a voice so that we could not have those horrible policies of the past occur again.
The relationship between the Indian nations and the United States in the early 19th century was very rocky. The United States had great ambitions to expand beyond the Appalachian Mountains and into the Midwest and the South. The thing that stood in their way was Indians. The Cherokee Nation, in a sense, was like all the other tribes. They were being subjected to this enormous pressure to be moved. And so an unauthorized group of Cherokees executed a treaty with the United States in 1835 and ultimately made to move from their homes in Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee to Oklahoma. But the Treaty of New Echota was unique. There was a provision that the Cherokees could send a delegate to the Congress in order to be represented. I think the time is right for the Cherokee Nation to raise this issue, to invoke the treaty, and to make the demand of the United States that it fulfill its commitment to the Cherokee Nation made so very long ago.
We are in Albuquerque, New Mexico, attending the 76th Annual National Congress of American Indians Conference. Cherokee Nation is here advancing a resolution on delegate to the U.S. House of Representatives. We have a resolution that will be voted on, and so we feel good about it. I feel like we're on the right path to victory. I feel like what we're doing is righteous.
Because of your experience in helping all of Indian country and all the work that you've done, we couldn't think of a better person to be in this position.
Please join in welcoming Chief Hoskins.
You travel a lot for work, but that doesn't mean you should be a part-time travel agent. This is Navon Edge, the personal assistant for frequent business travelers.
Over 180 years ago, the United States, based on a treaty, imposed on the Cherokee Nation grave injury to the Cherokee people and our institutions, just as the United States has imposed hardship and suffering at some point in history onto every tribe represented here today. 184 years later, we are turning the tables. So with the unanimous support of the Council of the Cherokee Nation, I have named Kim Teehee as the first Cherokee Nation delegate to the House of Representatives.
The women who are standing up here, you are bearing witness.
This is the original document, the Treaty of New Echota of 1835. It reads, "It is stipulated that they shall be entitled to a delegate in the House of Representatives of the United States whenever Congress shall make provision for the same." The execution of this document led to about a quarter of our population, mostly elders and children, who died on that trail while they were being forcibly removed. The bad stuff didn't end there. I mean, our people were not only displaced from their homes, they had no possessions. We literally had to rebuild a nation. We talk about this document, but we don't ever see it. I don't want to ever forget either.
Hey everybody, I'm Soledad O'Brien. This week on Matter of Fact, representation matters. Cherokee Nation is taking the U.S. government up on a promise it made nearly 200 years ago. And now they could have a delegate in the House of Representatives.
What does a delegate specifically do?
What any other delegate does in Congress: introduce legislation, amend legislation, vote in committee, speak to legislation on the House floor. Can't vote on the House floor if we use the U.S. territory template.
You've been appointed, which makes it sound like it's a done deal, but it's in fact not a done deal.
Right.
In fact, Congress, the government has to honor this treaty.
That's correct.
Are there obstacles to that? Do you think it's going to happen, or do you think there are going to be some challenges?
I am optimistic, but the questions are, how do we get it done? I call this current time the work period. Even though these documents are old documents, they still live. It just like the U.S. Constitution still lives.
It's old.
It's old.
But it's valid.
But it's valid. Exactly.
Chief Hoskin and Kimberly Teehee will be watching this. Thanks so much for coming in to talk to me. You bet.
I don't think there's a lot of debate about the issue of whether or not the Cherokee Nation is entitled to have a delegate to Congress, because I think the treaty promise is clear. I think there are a lot of questions about how to make that happen, but that's not extremely intimidating to me, because in Indian country, we're always the round peg in the square hole. There is no history about how to appoint a member of an Indian tribe to a seat in the House. We have lots of similar models that we can look at and say this has been the legal mechanisms that have been used in the past, but they're an imperfect fit. So I think it's going to be breaking some new ground with members of the House to get this accomplished.
I don't see a reason why we shouldn't keep going down the non-voting delegate path. I just think that we should not be so wedded to the U.S. territory mechanism verbatim.
Right. Speaker Pelosi isn't just going to seat whoever she wants.
No, she can't. So her authorities to seat a delegate lie in her ability to propose to the House rules.
Right.
So through the House rules, she can offer to seat a delegate, but the House has to agree to it. We have treaties that were ratified by the Senate, signed by the President. So therefore, the supreme law of the land, no court or Congress has ever invalidated those provisions. So therefore, in my opinion, we could argue the Senate has already acted.
Right.
Only the House needs to act now, albeit nearly 200 years later. I think getting seated as a delegate to the House of Representatives is a priority for me because I have worked on Capitol Hill for so long. I know the people. I feel like if we don't get it done now, in my time with Cherokee Nation, it might not happen.
I know she was in D.C. for about 20 years, and until she got the Obama position, she heard from Obama today, said if she needed any help, call on him. I thought that was cute.
It's exciting. We're just hopeful that in the future, it's going to work out.
I think we do need a spokesperson. We need an advocate for the American Indians, especially the Cherokees. But I hope she does get approved. I'm proud for her. Very proud for her.
Now, is this as fraudulent as Eleanor Holmes Norton with DC? But go ahead, sis. I wanted y'all to hear that as you segue back to finishing up what portion you want in your slide projection. As Big Dog would normally say, shout out to the chat. None of your business. Come on, sis. Hit that link. I'd love to have us. I think I've seen American Isness. Shout out to the General, Enemies Public, Enots. 0407, the American Indian. I think we'll still try to entertain some conversation, but Angel, if you want to continue with your slides, because I need to respond with the last video to put the dagger in some of this bullshit. And I yield.
Yes, Brother Alabama, thank you so much for that video. I was not aware of this move to seat a representative from the Cherokee. They call themselves a nation in the House of Representatives. I was not aware of this. So thank you so much for enlightening us, brother. And it's interesting. I just Googled the surname Teehee. And it says here, Teehee is primarily a transliteration of a Cherokee personal name, originally a war name, composed of the suffix Dihi, Dihi, meaning killer, as seen in surnames, as seen in names like Sutali, Sutali Dihi, Sutali Dihi. And the source of that reference is ancestry.com. So that name Tihi is a transliteration of Dihi, which means killer. I found that interesting. But to continue on with the slide presentation, let's see. Excuse me, just a second.
While you bring your slides back up, again, the title of tonight's show, Who Are You Calling Black While Aiding These Alien Illegal Immigrants to Steal Aboriginal Land? You got it, sis.
Yes, indeed, brother. Thank you so very much. So this slide, this is a previous slide. I just included it in this presentation as a reminder. As a reminder, we see here a historical image of George Washington, melanated. George Washington was melanated. And that is a fact that Sister Wakita was reminding us when we speak about these early Europeans, we're talking about melanated individuals. So George Washington wrote a letter to the Moravian Society propagating the gospel in 1789, in which he told them, in proportion as the general government of the United States shall acquire strength by duration, it is probable they may have it in their power to extend a salutary influence to the Aborigines in the extremities of their territory. In the meantime, it will be a desirable thing for the protection of the Union to cooperate as far as the circumstances may conveniently admit with the disinterested wilderness. Under these impressions, I pray Almighty God to have you always in his holy keeping.
Pause
So
right there for a second before you go into that second part, because I think the cynical warrior speaks for itself. But go back to the influence of who?
the Aborigines in the extremities of their territory, the
So you
territory that
black-minded
they are to
individuals,
be
where is
protecting
there
our
a reference
territory
to black,
rights.
sis? Where is there a reference to black? Though these people look Negroid just like the cynical warrior. They look Negroid. But he's sending this letter to the Moravians. And who are these people? Propagating the what?
The
This Christian
Gospels,
filth?
religious group.
But go ahead,
Yes,
sis.
yes, brother. Yes. So moving on this slide, this is a sculpture of the Seneca warrior Gayasuta, and he fought alongside Pontiac. He was one of the war chiefs that was like, no, we're fighting until we get every last one of these pale faces off our land. However, Pontiac
And
signed
don't
that.
we know Seneca Village to be Central Park today?
Absolutely. And to the right here, we see an image of a sister from the 1900s. This is circa 1900s, Seneca, and a brother from circa 1862. Okay. So these are the Aborigines or the so-called Indians, and these Native Americans, where did they come from? Where? Because all of them look like a bunch of Hispanics to me, and I don't mean them any disrespect, but they totally are disrespecting and dismissing us, Aborigines. So let me just read this quote real quick. Um, this is a letter to George Washington from the Seneca Chiefs, dated the 1st of December, 1790.
I'll
And these
give
are
you a
just
break for a second on these couple of slides here. So we must know from you whether you mean to leave us and our children any land to till. speak plainly to us concerning this great business. All the lands we have been speaking of belong to the Six Nations. No part of it ever belonged to the King of England, and he could not give it to you. The land we live on, our fathers received from God, and they transmitted it to us for our children, and we cannot part with it. Innocent men of our nation are killed one after another, and of our best families. But none of your people who have committed the murders have been punished. We recollect that you did not promise to punish those who killed our people, and we now ask, was it intended that your people should kill the Senecas and not only remain unpunished by you, but be protected by you against the next of kin? And isn't that where the honor falls? To the son, the grandson, the nephew, the uncle, for the
Under
blood that's shed?
patriarchy?
But y'all got it, sis.
Yeah, sure. Up on the patriarchy, which is a European construct. The Aborigines culture, it falls through the mother. What happened to that? If they're
I
so
think he was I think he was referring to the punishment of murder that's not been prosecuted. But let us be clear on what were the nations of the Iroquois Confederacy. Remember that piece you sent me about Native America, Angel? The Seneca, the Cayuga, the Onondaga, the Oneida, and the Mohawk. And then later, the Tuscarora would move north from the southern portions of what we consider the Carolinas as colonies. But go ahead, cook, sis.
Yes, I have to agree with that. However, those nations were not the extent to the nations who honored our custom and traditions under the Great Law of Peace. All our Aboriginal nations were honoring the Great Law of Peace as the law of the land. And that is evident in the Treaty of 1701, when nearly 40 Aboriginal nations came into one confederation. And although the actual gathering of the event happened in today what we call Canada, most of the Aboriginal nations came from this country that today we call the United States of America. So we didn't acknowledge those borders back then. But all of our Aboriginal nation states were sovereign nation states. And they had joined together in confederation in 1701. And so, again, we have been fighting the foreigners ever since they came over here. And our confederacies go back so far, we don't know how far they go back. The Great Law of Peace is so old, we don't know how old it is. We just say immemorial antiquity. It's been in effect, the law of the land, when these Europeans got here. So this
Okay,
is an
I'll line out this
acknowledgement.
one here, but how many more slides do you want to do? Because, like I
I
said, that
have,
last piece is about 30 minutes, but I definitely,
oh my
we
goodness.
need to
Okay.
hear that. We definitely
Yes.
need to hear that.
Okay.
So, you ready?
So
The Iroquois Confederacy and Indian Aboriginal nations recognizing contributions to the United States. This is the honorable, I hate using that, but Congress Resolution 331, dated the 21st of October, 1988. Now, we know that this is the official recognition of the House of Representatives and the Senate combined resolution on what the organic Constitution is based on. Whereas the original framers of the Constitution, including most notably George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, are known to have greatly admired the concepts of the Six Nations of the Iroquois Confederacy. Whereas the Constitution of the original 13 colonies into one republic was influenced by the political system developed by the Iroquois Confederacy. Whereas from the first treaty entered into with an Indian Aboriginal nation, the treaty with the Delaware Indians, Aborigines, of September 17th, 1778, the Congress has assumed a trust responsibility and obligation. Whereas this trust responsibility calls for Congress to, quote, exercise the utmost good faith in dealing with Indians or Aborigines, unquote, as provided for in the Northwest Ordinance of 1787. Resolved by the House of Representatives, the Senate concurring, that one, the Congress, on the occasion of the 200th anniversary of the signing of the United States Constitution, acknowledges the contribution made by the Iroquois Confederacy and other Indian Aboriginal nations to the formation and development of the United States. Four, the Congress also acknowledges the duty of a great nation to uphold its legal and moral obligations for the benefit of all of its citizens, natural born, naturalized, and native born, so that they and their posterity may also continue to enjoy the rights they have enshrined in the United States Constitution for time immemorial. And I yield.
Yes, so this House Congressional Resolution is acknowledging the fact that the Constitution is based on the Great Law of Peace. Whether they worded it however they wanted to word it, the Great Law of Peace is the ultimate law of the land. And if they're acknowledging the Iroquois Confederacy, that is what that confederacy was based on, the Great Law of Peace. So, brother, maybe we need to do a part 3 to this, because like you said, you're seeing slide 57, because we have broken this whole presentation up into several parts so far. So maybe we can do part 3 to this, or part 2 to this land usurpation portion, because there are several slides left, and I wanted to get into the actual Great Law of Peace. And I also have some
Okay,
other
I tell you what,
recordings.
why don't you pause back on the Great Law of Peace portion, and you and Wakita chop that up while I set up the video.
What you was gonna say, Angel?
Yes, sister, I have several slides here where I was going to get into our collective natural rights. And this goes into what you were saying, sis, that until we stand united, we're not going anywhere. And that is what our collective natural rights define. Now, let me get into this just a little bit while Alabama gets ready. The collective indigenous ecosystems of sovereign environmental lands, waters, topography, wildlife, everything above and below the surface of the land in America is the matrilineal inheritance of Aboriginal American people based on prehistoric, pre-colonial, collective natural rights in accordance with the Great Law of Peace from immemorial antiquity. Thereby, collective natural rights protect Aboriginal shared, this is our shared natural identity, natural indigenous sovereignty, and natural wealth resources. Now, key characteristics of indigenous collective natural rights of Aboriginal Americans, us, we ain't talking about them Native Americans, we're talking about Aboriginal Americans. Group-based, we are group-based, we have to stand united, such that all collective natural rights belong to Aboriginal Americans as one people. Shared purpose under a common indigenous culture of traditions, customs, norms, principles, values, law, and responsibility. This is our responsibility to stand on our truth. Natural born, We are natural born of Aboriginal Americans. Our existence and identity is rooted in natural law, the law of nature, enforceable collectively by all Indigenous Aborigines standing united together, asserting and defending our collective natural born rights as Aboriginal Americans. We must stand together. Aboriginal American collective natural rights protect our shared identity, sovereignty, natural wealth, inheritance, and continued existence as the Indigenous people, the Aborigines of America. The Indigenous collective natural rights of us, Aboriginal Americans, are inherent, unalienable, and perpetual in and on continental North America from immemorial antiquity. And let's move on here. We find it.
Hold right there. I
Great
want you
law
to
of
pause
peace.
there because I want us to possibly use this to jump off in the next, segment of the conversation. Go back to the frame before because see, I think people really don't pay attention. So, natural born, native born, naturalized. Please elaborate on that. And then I want to segue to this video because this is a dagger for the fools who keep hollering reparations and do not understand what's the difference between restitution and what can be repaired. Go ahead, Wakita, because I know I'm about to trigger y'all now on this legalese, but go ahead, sis.
Natural born is you, your mama, your grandmama, your great mama, great, all of you were born here. Okay. Native born. You were born here, but your grandmama wasn't. Naturalized is that you got off the plane last month, last year, or you've been waiting for the past 8 years to get that green card. It's that simple.
Oh, let's be very clear. The mother of Donald John Trump did not get here till 1924. Please elaborate, ladies.
Oh yeah, she was a what do you call it? A bride, mail order bride. Whatever.
And the grandfather ran a brothel, whatever you want to call those ladies of the
Right.
night, in the Yukon territory, stealing gold. But go ahead, sis.
Yeah, he is irrelevant. His people was not here when my people were here. We have to understand that it's our people that have authority here, not him and his family. Him and his family just got here.
Okay, so ladies, to transition to this video, this controversy being raised about the Anti-Weaponization Fund, alleging reparations for white supremacist criminals who have been convicted of sedition, which is literally treason, and overthrew the government, were convicted, pardoned, and now going to collect a check? I mean, I don't know. So if you would
None of
just
that's been
release,
finalized.
of course
Nothing
not,
has
but just
is even in the
let's
making.
listen to the video and respond accordingly. So if you
Oh,
would
okay.
release your screen, and if you all can see mine, you see this dreaded up brother? Okay, let's kick the ballistics, sisters.
Right into the summertime, right? The summertime, baby, we in here rocking. Yeah, remember that. I'm gonna get that on the shirt. It's gonna say, remember that. Okay. So they know we ain't voting for them and we ain't voting for anybody. And remember that. And I told her, remember that. And guarantee you, fam, she remembers that. And it's in their head. And it's on all of their head. They can put out any statistic, any study, any data, whatever the hell they want to. They can do any damn thing, but it ain't gonna change the game. But we was talking about money, right? We talking about reparations, right? We talking about getting paid. Well, fam, why I got my certified foundational Black American brethren in here. Let's go there. Let's go there if we're going to go there. Family, look at your screen right about now, my brothers and sisters. What we talking about? What we talking about? Were you the target of politically motivated actions by the DOJ? Was the DOJ weaponized against you? Connect with experienced advocates to get you the relief you deserve. Oh, Democrats, I bet you didn't think the same guy that checked Kamala Harris a month ago and told her that we ain't voting for none of them until we get paid. Remember that. Would be right here with 2.8 thousand people in the chat showing everybody that we gonna go ahead and get paid. Yes, indeed. Here we go, family. This is what it is. This is the website up and running, and you can see it now. Start intake review right here, family. Click this and go through the review. Break it all the way down. Tell everybody what's happening. Let them know what's going on. All the injustices that are true to us that we understand and know. Boom. Right here. Anti-weaponization advisors helps people organize their information and connect with the top attorneys and legal consultants who may advocate on their behalf. No partisan requirement. Anyone in the U.S. can apply. Let me tell y'all that one more time right there, fam. Right there. No partisanship required. Anybody in the U.S. can apply. That sound like it fit us right there, family. That sound real trill up in the field, y'all. Let's see what about the fun. Okay. The U.S. Department of Justice announced that the Anti-Weaponization Fund to provide a formal process for individuals, organizers, and entities who believe they were harmed by government, a weaponized lawfare, or improper use of government authority. The official DOJ announcement, the official DOJ fund. Look at the fund. Let's talk about the fund here, family. Let's have some fun looking at the fund. The fund was created in connection with the settlement agreement in President Donald J. Trump versus the Internal Revenue Service. According to the DOJ, its purpose is to hear and redress claims from others who may have suffered from weaponized or lawfare. Submitting a claim is voluntary, and there is no partisan required to file. The fund is not automatic payment program. It is a structured review process where eligible claimants may submit their experience, supporting documents, and evidence of harm. Depending on the facts, evidence, and the outcome of the review, relief may include recognition and apology or monetary relief where appropriate. Well, considering our justice claim is wrapped around prejudice and discrimination that has prohibited us from gaining the monetary, then therefore the monetary will be what we choose to seek and what we choose to apply for, family. There they go, there they go, there they go. Claimants should be prepared to explain what happened, when it happened, which government agency or official was involved, and how the action caused harm. Useful supporting documents may include court filings, agency notices, emails, public records, financial records, employment records, media reports, or evidence that supports the claim. We got all that. Potential harms may include financial loss. Yep. Refutable damage. Yep. Business disruption. Yep. Legal expenses. Yep. Professional consequences. Yep. Yep. Professional hardship. Double yep. Or other measurable impacts. A strong claim should be based on clear facts, a timeline, got it, it's called since day one, and verifiable records, and a direct connection between the alleged government action and the harm suffered. Family, this got FBA written all over it. I'm going to tell you right now, anybody coming out here right now telling you not to claim on this is a full-fledged op. But here's the important part, my good brothers and sisters, kings, queens, goddesses, and gods, those who walk alone, stand alone. The DOJ has stated that the fund must protect private information, prevent fraud, and report relief activity to the Attorney General. The fund is expected to stop processing claims no later than December 1st, 2028. Family, plenty of time. Plenty of time, my good brothers and sisters. Oh, it needs to be time, brothers and sisters. If you're going to go in and do this individually, collectively, talk to some of your parents, talk to some of your aunties, your uncles, talk to every certified brother or sister who know what's going on. Make sure that you are gotten your game tight, everything lined up, cross all your T's, dot all your I's, family, and walk on in and let them know what time it is. Anti-weaponization advisors helps individuals better understand the Anti-Weaponization Fund intake process, organized with their facts and supporting documents, and prepare their information for review. We also help connect claimants with experienced attorneys or legal consultants who can independently evaluate the situation and guide the steps. Work with these people, family. Talk to these individuals, these attorneys, just the same way we do. See, we're business brothers and sisters. We don't jump on tables. We don't have fake afros. We're not pointing our finger at people. We're doing this in a just political fashion. See, they're mad because we're winning and we're playing it fair because we got our business together. This is what this is, family. Oh, they mad right now. FBA, the FBA Renaissance, we got our business right, y'all. This is right up our alley. We're not ratchet. We ain't running around here doing what the Democrats do. We ain't calling people Simple Simon. We ain't out there protesting and rallying. We ain't out there marching on Selma. We ain't doing none of that, family. Our business game is tight. When your business game is tight, the money's right. We also help connect claimants with experienced attorneys, so on and so forth, and claimants as well, individuals that evaluate the situation. Each claim must be reviewed based on its own facts and supporting evidence. Fam, this got FBA written all over it. You can come right on down here, fam. You can take the intake checklist, a summary of what happened, dates and timeline, agencies, office, and officials involved, evidence of improper targeting, financial, reputable, operational, or personal harm, court filings, agency notices, emails, media reports, or public records. You can contact them right here, family. I want everybody to see this. Mods, please. Oh, sorry, in the chat. Shout out to you, Natty. Much love, Natty. There they go, right then and there, family. Right here, you eligibility. We can go right on down right here, family. Individuals who believe they were improperly targeted, businesses, organizations, people seeking attorney, people seeking help, understanding, fam. Black Alpha, I am the only and the first Black activist who's breaking this down for you guys all to see. Okay, we're breaking this down thoroughly today. I told everybody we was going to get real scholastic. We was going to drop some academic energy up in here today. And this is what we're doing, family. We are all embarking on this history. We've got 2.8 thousand people on here, and I want you guys to all have a beautiful, happy, safe Memorial Day weekend because we built this mother thing, baby. So it's time for us to get our mother money, baby. If you feel me, baby. Let's go. How it works. Tell us what happened. Provide a timeline. Go all the way down the list. Connect with attorneys and legal consultants right there. It's very, very simple website. This is put together very well. Very well. Resources right there. Boom, bam. And this has FBA written all over it, fam. So what do you have here? Where are you targeted? By politically motivated actions by the DOJ. And this right here says reparations, reparations, reparations. And remember, family, you got it coming from both different angles where you can easily get all of that paperwork in, fam. This is beautiful right here. See, what you're seeing now, family, is the things that they try to use as fear-mongering tactics against Black Americans has backfired against them. And foundational Black Americans are there to be the hustlers that we are and to exploit it and to get paid like a real hustler does. The things that they try to use as scare tactics to try to get Black Americans to stay away from it has backfired and blew up in their face. And Black Americans are taking advantage of it. Donald Trump, with the Anti-Weaponization Act and the Judgment Fund, he created a situation in a vessel where he's trying to give reparations to his people and the insurrectionists. The Democrats all of a sudden now have all these bad things to say about the insurrectionists, even though when the Democrats had all of the government, they gave them same people a slap on the wrist. So what it really is that the Democrats are trying to use those people as a proxy to get Black Americans to stay away from this fund that Donald Trump has just implemented, because they understand when Black Americans walk through that door that Donald Trump has cracked open, we gonna kick it down and then we gonna get the bag and then we gonna leave and we gonna count that money. See, family, now it's time for foundational Black Americans to go ahead and get them reparations. We're not going through the Democrats. We're not going through HR 40. We're not going through the con games. What we've done, y'all, we done cut out the middleman. We done cut out the Democratic Party, the Democratic plantation, the Democratic shields. They don't lead the reparations conversation. Not at all. When we had our rally for reparations 1 and 2, Democrats were nowhere to be found. So don't show up now that you see us getting close to that bag. Don't come around now talking about Donald Trump and insurrectionists. You got a Donald Trump and insurrection problem. I don't. I'm too focused on that damn money and we laughing straight to the bank. Foundational Black Americans in the grassroots have always been focused on reparations. So therefore, the fact that we're focused on reparations goes to show you that we're going to get it on our own. And everything is done best on our own. We built this country on our own, didn't we? So we're going to get reparations on our own. Now we're going into an era where every single obstacle and hurdle that the Democrats have put in front of us has been knocked down. and we have removed them from the situation. Now it's about the grassroots handling it. And we got our mind right, our business right. We brothers and sisters, men and women of action. So we going to go to the table and we going to leave with a bag. Because guess what we done did, family? Now we are representing ourselves. I'm always telling everybody it's about the foundational Black American grassroots being an independent base, void of any political representation, void of any democratic shield, void of any con game. So the con games is gone. The shields aren't around. We standing on certified business. Now it's time to get the money. Remember, y'all, it's all about cream. Cash reparations everywhere around me. Cream get the money, dollar bills, y'all. That's what we doing with it. And we moving real fast, fam. Oh, we in here real deep. This is beautiful, fam. I mean, it just keeps getting more beautiful every damn day. I mean, at this point, they effing themselves up, okay? We waking up every damn day, man. They got this, they got that. Ain't nobody going for nothing. They saying, fam, we done cut out the middleman. This is very monumental. We have cut out the middleman because the middleman been the one trying to get in the way. We know the Democrats been trying to stifle reparations, stall reparations. They're reparations ops, and we've been identified the reparations ops. The reason why they always wanted us to come over there is because they wanted us to come over there so they could stop us. See, fam, they decided they want to put their energy towards giving reparations to the Africans. Think about how poetically beautiful this is for FBA as a lineage, heritage, and culture. At the same exact time that the NAACP and the Congressional Black Caucus are going to fly their asses over to Ghana to celebrate Juneteenth, our holiday, and to discuss diaspora reparations, FBA done cut their ass out the reparations conversation right here in America. So when you fly on over to Ghana and you think you're going to talk about diaspora reparations, just know you ain't got no seat at this table when you get back, because your ass has been evicted from the house of the FBA grassroots. Go fight for Mr. Mutombo and Mrs. Lumbumba. I'm sure you can, because you've been fighting for Mrs. Mayo and Mr. Miracle Whip the whole damn time. So go have fun with them. FBA don't want you. FBA don't accept you. FBA ain't having you. Black Americans are going to get our own reparations based on our own merit, based on our own achievements, our own intellect, our own prowess, our own energy, frequency, vibration, solidarity, instinct, standing together one by one and getting it done. And we always move better that way. So the loopholes in the channels have all been laid out. We have broke this down schematically, strategically, methodically on this episode. And I've showed you a multitude of different precedents going back to Barack Obama and the Keeps Eagles, the quote unquote $2 Tontos. And you see now every single thing that they've done with slush funds and these different organizations and channels that have been open. Everyone can apply to us, even going to the website, it applies to us. So family, is all about us. And let me show you another one, family, because I'm not done. There's a whole nother one. I'm going to take y'all, fam, let me tell you something. We talk about a classroom, right? Now it's time for some extra credit. Look at this right here, y'all. There's a whole nother precedence that has been set. And this precedence right here is phenomenal. Oh, it's phenomenal, y'all. This is another one that shows you the energy we have. Matter of fact, before we go there, let me play my partner here, my brother Kukizi. Let me play my brother Kukizi. I see my sister Stephanie Porter in here. If you still in here, certified salute to you, beloved. Much love. You know I love you. Let me show y'all this right here, fam. Much love to my sister, fam. Love you with a passion. Let me show y'all this. Shout out to my brother Kukizi, man. Y'all go to TikTok, subscribe to my brother Kukizi, man. He got them bars too, man. My brother be holding it down. Much love and respect. Y'all check this out. Kukizi in the building, y'all. Watch what my brother say. Ain't this A1?
Bruh. So here it is. Modern Black Political Gatekeeping 101. You can talk about racism all day. You can post trauma clips all day. You can repost emotional speeches all day. But the second you ask, cool, what specific policy are Black Americans getting? And man, these people transform like the Power Ranger. All of a sudden, everybody becomes a civil rights historian, a crisis actor, and a Democrat volunteer coordinator, and maybe a part-time FBI negotiator. They be like, no, don't be asking no questions right now. And then they hit you with the, hey, you demanding reparations, that's helping white supremacy. Wait, so demanding that foundational Black Americans get lineage-based reparation is helping white supremacy? But voting forever with no demands attached is liberation? Nigga, what? That's like going to a restaurant for 60 years and paying your bill every time. And then when you ask for your food, the waiter says, "You're divisive. Kick your ass out. I'm called police. See you next week." At some point, black politics got to grow up past emotional blackmail and spirituals on a bridge somewhere. We are no longer confusing symbolism with results.
Woo!
Bruh. So here it is.
My brother, A1 right there, family. That right there is what the Democrats been pushing for a long time in a nutshell, fam. We ain't got no time for your gestures. We ain't got no time for your games. We ain't got no time for your bullshit. We ain't playing none of them games out here, fam. We out here in these streets really holding it down. You ain't gonna scare us, man. No way in hell. Try that with somebody else. Family, look at this right here, though. Look at this, y'all. Want everybody to see this right here, fam. This is another case that has been going on out there, okay? The $1.4 billion accounting portion, okay? This was paid by the Judgment Fund. Again, fam, it's not only one. There's been a multitude of these different cases and a multitude of these different situations where these individuals, including Barack Obama, has been out here helping all of these people. Look at this, fam. The Cobell, I can't even pronounce this, Slazar settlement paid through Judgment Fund or third party. Watch this, fam, this extra credit right here. This ain't even a Keeps Eagle. This is another precedence that we can point to. Fam, we're going to get our paperwork right today. We're going to get our paperwork right, and your brother Black Alpha is going to help everybody get their paperwork right. The Keeps Eagle settlement, and then this Cobell versus Slazar settlement paid through the Judgment Fund again, or third party. The $3.4 billion Cobell Slazar settlement was unique because it was paid by using a combination of both the Judgment Fund and a direct custom appropriation by Congress. It was not set up by a third party, nor did it use the Judgment Fund in a traditional unilateral way, the way that the Trump administration did. Instead, because of the massive size and the legal complexities of the case, it required a hybrid structure where the Judgment Fund covered one part and Congress explicitly stepped in to authorize the fund the rest of it. Family, this is a whole nother case. Take your notes. So when you go get on the Anti-Weaponization Act and we get together these class action lawsuits and we take advantage of these channels and loopholes, I want you to cite every last one of these cases just like a lawyer would. Fam, we're going to go Johnny Cochran today. Johnny Cochran today. If it don't fit, you must have quit. R.I.P. Johnny. Watch this, fam. The legislative fix. To make this part of the fund a reality, President Obama had to go to Capitol Hill. Congress had to debate and vote on and pass a completely separate piece of legislation called the Claims Resolution Act of 2010. Write that down, brothers and sisters. We getting our paperwork game together today. This act explicitly appropriated the $2 billion out of the general federal budget to finance the land and buyback program and the scholarship trust. Family, they used a hybrid version of Congress and the Judgment Fund. This is way deep. So AKA, y'all could have been doing this the whole time with reparations. AKA, this is door number 5 that we can walk through, which makes 6. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then 6 is a hybrid of all 5 of them. We working, baby. The $2 billion land consolidation portion paid via Congress, the remaining $2 billion of the settlement was used to create the Trust Land Consolidation Fund. Write that down as well, which launched the land buyback program for tribal nations and the Cobell Education Scholarship Fund for Native youth. The funding source, the Judgment Fund, could not legally be used for this $2 billion right here specifically. The Judgment Fund is strictly restricted by law to pay out immediate monetary damages to settle a lawsuit. It cannot be used as an executive branch to build a massive forward-looking infrastructure programs or land purchasing funds. Meaning, my good brothers and sisters, is that the Judgment Fund put up the money for half, and then Congress put up the money for the other half. So you have the Judgment Fund and Congress working in unison to get this done. This is another thing that we're going to cite as we go to the table and bring all of our reparations claims to the forefront. And all that was happening while Obama, again, was saying this.
There's a common fraternity creed here at Morehouse. Excuses are tools of the incompetent, used to build bridges to nowhere and monuments of nothingness. Well, we've got no time for excuses. Not because the bitter legacy of slavery and segregation have vanished entirely, they have not. Not because racism and discrimination no longer exist. We know those are still out there. It's just that in today's hyper-connected, hyper-competitive world with millions of young people from China and India and Brazil, many of whom started with a whole lot less than all of you did, all of them entering the global workforce alongside you, nobody is going to give you anything that you have not earned. Nobody cares how tough your upbringing was.
Notice, fam, every single group he mentioned are the same exact groups that come over here to America as immigrants. He was telling black folks back then, y'all, that they was gonna come and they was gonna compete with us. Do you see another reason why we have canceled the Democratic Party? As we proceed.
Nobody cares if you suffered some discrimination. There's a common fraternity creed here at Morehouse.
We ain't done, fam. We ain't done. We ain't done. We ain't done. Let's go even further, my family, my good brothers and sisters. Check this out. Here we go. This is more about the Cobell versus Slazar, the strategic lesson for reparations. Watch this, my brothers and sisters. F Obama. That's why his wife is going to leave him. And that's why his boyfriend already left him. All right, check this out. The Cobell proves that the Judgment Fund can successfully pay descendants directly for generational state-sponsored harm. One more time for your mind, baby. The Cobell proves that the Judgment Fund can successfully pay descendants directly for the generational state-sponsored harm, aka anti-black discrimination. This right here proves, family, that compensation and monetary funds can be done generationally based on the ancestors and based on the descendants of said ancestors. So when they show up and say, I ain't have nothing to do with that, that was a long time ago. Well, damn it, I ain't have nothing to do with this, but you still paid them. I ain't have nothing to do with they past, but you still paid them. This is why strategically and lawfully we have our paperwork correct and very precise and concise to where we can go literally to the phrase and point it out as a precedence why this applies to reparations. So if you pass all of this with unison and conjunction between the Judgment Fund and the Congress, then you can do the same exact thing for foundational Black American reparations. As a matter of fact, I'm going to take it a step further. The foundational Black American reparations are even more solidified than this here. So basically, family, we got a stronger claim than they have. So therefore, if these individuals are getting money passed down generationally from state-sponsored harm, nobody has been sponsored by the foundational Black American community more than foundational Black Americans, meaning we sponsor our damn self going through all the pain and suffering that they inflicted upon us. Furthermore, 1.4 billion went to the account holders and their heirs. Whoa, 1.4 billion went to the account holders and their heirs, their children. But Cobell also proves that if you want to create a board, forward-thinking third-party legacy programs like land returns for everybody who says we want our land and educational funds, the traditional legal rule required a cooperative Congress to pass a law. Look at this right here, family. This proves that you can cut the check for the harms done to the ancestors and you can pay the descendants because they've already done it. How about this one? The radical shift of the anti-weaponization fund is that the current DOJ bypassed legislative steps completely by framing the entire 1.776 billion as a compromise settlement. You don't ever hear that type of language, do you, brothers and sisters? When was the last time you heard somebody use the term compromise settlement? And they're using it for a personal suit, let alone a class action collectively. They proved that a sympathetic administration can now build a massive third-party application and a distribution program strictly through the judgment fund without ever asking Congress for permission or a single dollar. We ain't need the Democrats at all. We ain't never need the Democrats at all. This is what I mean, family. And this is why when they tell us, why y'all not gonna vote? Family, if foundational Black Americans decide not to vote and we tell the Democrats, y'all just gonna crash and burn, they gonna have to come to the table and meet us halfway, or we gonna meet them in that alley while their asses is getting thrown in that trash can, because that's gonna be their current place of employment and current place of residency. So basically, they gonna get the hell out the way, and basically, they gonna run that damn check. There it is. There we go. There it is. There we go. But I'm not done, family. I got more for you. Watch this right here, fam. It gets even deeper. It says, you have sharp legal instincts. You goddamn right I do. Cobell and Slazar is widely considered the most powerful and direct precedent. Listen, event. The Cobell and Slazar is widely considered the most powerful and direct precedent that reparations advocates point to when building a case for Black American reparations. Here we go. Here we go. Lock in, lock in, lock in, my friends. This is already a precedence that Black Americans point to. Yes, this is considered the most powerful and direct precedence for reparations that advocates point to when building a case for Black American reparations. While the Keeps Eagle case, which I pointed to earlier, which is another precedence, left behind money for a general nonprofit fund, Cobell did something much closer to the concept of true reparations. It forced the federal government to directly compensate actual heirs and descendants for a century of state-sponsored financial harm. This right here, my good brothers and sisters, created something different than the Keeps Eagle. The Keeps Eagle was basically, they got their fund based on being harmed, and after that, they came up with a pool of money that when those ancestors died, the money stayed there. This right here is a continuous financial monetary benefit that continuously goes on and on and on. You notice with this here, family, nobody has said a cap and nobody has said a date. You ain't heard one person yet say, hey, hold on, wait a minute. When does this end? Have y'all seen an end date on any of this? Nobody's mentioned an end date. This sounds like forever and ever and ever. I ain't seen the money ends in 2027. The money ends in 2028. The money ends in 2052. They just keep talking about more money, more money, more money. And I'm listening. Why Cobell is the superior precedent for reparations. Listen to me now, brothers and sisters. The $3.4 billion Cobell settlement in 2010 resolved a lawsuit proving the federal government had severely mismanaged, lost, and stolen billions of dollars in Indian trust funds, money generated from leasing native lands for oil, gas, and timber dating back to the 1800s. It serves as a perfect structural mirror for slavery reparations because of three key elements. Family, we about to break down those three key elements, and we're going to do it in a very luxurious fashion because every time we step to the plate, we bring our game. You see right now those three elements that they refer to, family, and it is that legally included is about the deceased ancestors. When you start talking about the deceased ancestors, we have the most known, the most underappreciated, undervalued, and disrespected. And our ancestors did far more than any of theirs. Now, I know theirs probably had some cheap liquor and a reservation. That's fine, but that's them. One, it legally included deceased ancestors and their heirs because the government's theft or wealth had been going on for over a century. The vast majority of the original account owners had long since passed away, just like our ancestors. The Cobell settlement accounted for this by explicitly allowing living descendants and their heirs to claim the money. So all that stuff where that was them, that wasn't us. Look at it right there, what it says, fam. It says clear as day that the people were able to attain the money because their ancestors had passed away. So they didn't use the end of their ancestors as an end to the money. The ancestors passed and they continued to get paid. If a Native American can prove via state, federal, or tribal probate records that they were the illegal heir, Freedmen's Bureau, of a deceased account holder, the government cut a direct check to that descendant. In fact, a specialized administration was kept open for over a decade to precisely track down and pay these heirs. Freedmen's Bureau, that is point one. Point two, it attempted to get the stolen generational wealth and reinstitute it. The core philosophy of reparations is that state-sponsored atrocities systematically stripped a group of people of their ability to build and pass down generational wealth. Cobell explicitly recognized this. Part of the settlement, $2 billion, was used by the government to buy back highly fractioned lands that had been split up across generations and return that land directly to tribal communities for communal wealth building. Family, not only did they give these people a direct check, they also went and created institutions and administrations to seek down where they took their losses and help them get it back, whether it was theirs or whether they had to just make something up, aka 40 acres in a mule. You 40 acres in a mule, this, you're going to get a big ass bag. Oh, fam, this right here is $1 trillion asset. And here's the final point that they have alluded to and why this is exactly a precedence for foundational Black America. It created a permanent educational legacy. Just like many modern reparations proposals calls for free tuition or specialized endowments, Cobell used a portion of its funds to birth the permanent Cobell Scholarship Fund, which continues to provide high education scholarships for Native youth to this day, aka more money, more money, more money. Back to the original, the strategic lesson for reparations. Cobell proves that the Judgment Fund can successfully pay descendants directly for generational state-sponsored harm. And that directly ties in to certified foundational Black Americans and our reparations claim. Family, is all on the table and it all belongs to us. And it's about damn time that we go back and we get our money, because that's what it's all about. There you go. That is a breakdown of everything strategically. And we put it all on the table, very clear, like Brother Malcolm says, make it plain. And you know, we got some certified foundational Black American brothers and sisters, kings, queens, goddess, and gods that have already connected the dots. We went down the website. We actually on this broadcast showed you the different precedents going all the way back to the Obama administration. And remember, y'all, there ain't nothing that Black Alpha said about those precedents from the Cobell and the Chiefs Eagle, or Keeps Eagle, because they cheap. There's no deadline. It's all about money. Everything is about money. Fam, they're not sitting here talking about what they try to give us. Did you see anything in there, fam, about Uber or anything like that? Did you hear anything about Uber? I didn't see nothing about DoorDash. I didn't see nothing about DoorDash. Nobody's talking about it. Everybody was talking about cash. Everybody was talking about payments. Everybody's talking about money. So what you see here, fam, is that reparations is an actual living, breathing entity that they've been trying to come up with every reason to stifle us. I said it before. I said it 5 years ago. There's two types of people: the people who want to stop your reparations or the people who want to stall your reparations. Those who want to stop your reparations are the people who know they can't stall your reparations. And those who want to stall your reparations are people who know they can't stop your reparations. Vice versa and versa vice. But here's the difference. We have identified all of them and got them out the way. Fam, remember when they was putting all the tethers on our reparations panels? How long did that last? What, a week? Got their asses about the paint. The next people that we needed to get out the paint were the Democrats. Consider they ass about the paint. So when you look around, we the last men and women standing. And guess what? This is our claim anyway. See, reparations is our claim. This is our business. This is about our ancestors. This is about our legacy. This is about our family tree. We don't give a damn about nobody else. I don't want to hear no person talking about reparations, how you feel, how you think. F you. This is all about us, foundational Black Americans. So what we're doing now is we're taking full ownership, and we ain't giving a damn what nobody says. I don't care, because let me tell you something. You ain't going to talk about my business. We don't talk about y'all business. See, this thing where anybody can just show up and have an opinion on Black American business, that don't work no damn more. Not in the reparations generation. No, no, no. It's all about us. If you mention reparations and you ain't a foundational Black American, you better sit your ass down and stay down. So notice, fam, when we have that shift in energy, everything's changed. We had our rally for reparations. I spoke at one of them, family. The first rally for reparations was monumental, and nobody was there to support it. So who we rocking with? We rocking by ourselves, fam.
Now, sis, I'm going to pause it there because I know there was a lot to take in. None of your business. Come on now. Do I have to tell you go to the Google store or to the Play Store? You can download Zoom, the app. But Enox, I get your response. You're shy of the panel. I'm just wanting to have an intelligent discussion. We may not have much time that we can entertain, whether it's old dude, I do care if you're still there, or anyone else that want to talk about what the true issue is with land, not reparations. He even had it on screen and didn't know how to pronounce restitution. But ladies, what's your thoughts?
Okay, I'm just wondering, why did we have to, why, what was the significance of listening to him?
It's not whether or not listening to him, certainly not about FBA and all that Black stuff. Again, the issue is the weaponization of the government, the stealing of our land. That's why I needed you ladies to pay close attention and take notes. We've discussed this before, Wakita, right, on our ongoing conversation about farming and dealing with land for each and every household. Cobell v. Salazar, which he seemed to have a problem with pronouncing that as well. Cobell v. Salazar is partially where we're standing with the treatment that the farmers receive by being called Black. Would you like to elaborate on that, Wakita, before I go to the Keeps Eagle portion of it that came out of Obama's criminality in our face in 2010? You got the floor, sis. Wakita, did I put you to sleep? Sis, she with us? So, Angel, if you understand the Pickford 1 and 2 from the earlier video with the Scotts family, if you remember, I know that was so far back. Do you get now what I'm saying about side-by-side comparison? They are referred to as Native Americans, not red, not yellow, not brown. They're referred to as Native American. The Keeps Eagle claim piggyback, pun intended, off the Pickford claim. And the Scott family, as the daughter said, she didn't really want to go into details, but they barely got over $7 million. But then he had to turn around and give the check back to who to get his land back? While they're out buying land for the Native American imposters on these reservations. You follow me, sis?
I get that part. Yes, I get that part. However,
Wakita, you still there, or did she fall asleep on us?
that case that he cited, those were actual court cases that
Yes,
rendered a
it's Keep
judgment.
Siegel versus Thomas Vilsack, which was the Department of Agriculture Secretary during the Obama administration. But again, remember, Pickford goes back to the Clinton administration. Pickford 1 and 2 was versus Dan Glickman, the Agriculture Secretary of that administration. So the point that I'm stressing here is we have the facts of weaponization, is what I'm saying, but they're being inadequately and inaccurately being communicated to the current generation, bogged down with social media and hype and performative behavior. You feel me, sis? And that's the
Yeah,
reason why
but I
Enoch, yes, I
also,
get what you're saying. I say that I didn't know that it was me, or you didn't know it was me. That's fine, my brother. But I wanted us to eventually have an intelligent discourse, not trolling. And I'm not directing that at you, Enoch, or old dude, or anyone that's in the chat. I'm saying this back and forth nonsense is not advancing anything. And no matter what, until it's put on the record effectively, can we move forward with being the actual American, not black? Because what happened with the farmers, because it was referred to as a black remedy, a white bastard stepped down out of his official capacity. I'll keep telling y'all whether y'all listen to this old nigga. The agricultural commissioner of the state of Texas, which had an almost $1 billion budget, 98 cents of every dollar goes in the hands of so-called white farmers and ranchers. This bastard blew up the $5 billion settlement because his argument in his lawsuit, backed by Stephen Miller and Elon Musk, was to give money to black quote unquote people exclusively was reverse racism. What the fuck is wrong with you idiots? I yield, sis. You got the rest. However you want to close it out, if you want to go back to your slide.
no, I don't want to go back to the slides because it's getting late, and I think we hopefully, well, I would like to plan for another part to finish up the presentation. What I was hearing from this video that you just shared with us is his take on why FBAs, Foundational Black Americans, have a claim to the Anti-Weaponization Fund. Now, I didn't really hear him give hard evidence. He was citing some other court cases, and those were actual court
And
cases
again, those
in this.
cases were referencing Native Americans. But go ahead, sis. Forgive me for stepping on your wisdom.
Right. No, it's okay. The Anti-Weaponization Fund has nothing to do with the outcome of a court case. So another thing is they haven't finalized anything yet with that fund. There's supposed to be a 5-member commission that, as far as I know, the last I checked, has not been appointed yet. And the criteria for the fund has not been completely laid out. They need a portal where individuals can go and put in their, I don't know if it's an application or an actual claim. I don't see how it could literally be a claim because there's been no court case. So you are going to be applying for this fund. So the whole thing is up in the air. But he was making a lot of to-do, and he has the right to do that. Everyone has freedom of speech. But as you know, I'm not down with all that a Black designation, identifying and claiming Black is an identity when it's not. It's a racial and ethnic designation. It doesn't define a people or a place. There's no country called Black. So I don't know what he's trying to make claim to when he say they built America, the FBAs did this, that, and the third. Because when did FBA come into effect? When Tariq Nasheed made it a trademark. So if they want to identify as a trademark, be at it. I mean, that's their prerogative. They can identify as a trademark. But I mean, thank you for sharing that video. I think in
If you
about,
didn't want to do some more slides,
no,
I
it's
need to
getting
wrap
late.
up with the land theft portion because that's probably going to be our segue for the next conversation. And this is on your doorstep, so you know what I'm talking about. Again, for you, those of you trolling in the chat, I really don't care about this give and take back and forth that y'all think is intellectual discourse. We need to actually address what our issues is. And each of our household have identity crisis and land theft, which is displacing us off the land. Whether you call it gentrification, Whether you call it a highway that came down the middle through eminent domain, we know of these examples, right? Would you say that is the government being weaponized, sis?
Well, the other parts of the presentation that I have left is to literally get into this whole claim that the Native Americans say they have on this land. They're claiming to be the indigenous people. They're claiming that this is their land. And I wanted to share a little bit of the so-called government to government federal trust responsibility that so-called exists between Native American tribes and the federal government.
Well,
And
let's
how the
consider
federal
that as a
government,
jump off for part two, because
yes,
the reason why I brought up the video about the weaponization, because it's current events. People are going to be, again, triggered as he was. They're going to run through FBA, holler about black, claim reparations, which requires you to be a slave. Now, if you want to choose to do, I keep telling y'all don't have to listen to this old nigga. You can choose to be black. As you love to say, sis, everyone has the right to self-identify. You can choose to say you're a descendant of a slave. No slave owns themselves, let alone can go into a court, Dred Scott, and sue your owner for what, sis? What slave or property can sue their owner? I'll wait.
yes. So also what's coming up in the next section is a land report. We're gonna look at who are the so-called top land owners in the private sector of land in the United States, in the the millions of acres. Acres, all these hundreds of thousands and millions of acres of land that these foreigners, although they say, oh, I'm a native born, or they're a native born of naturalized parents, and they're
Which is a
claiming
given.
that,
If you're native, you're a product of naturalization. You're a foreign alien, immigrant, invading, colonizer. Pack your shit because you
yeah,
will be leaving because mass deportation is ongoing. I want us to wrap up with this, sis. And again, these your neighbors. And then they're great Wild West of Colorado. I know you know this, but for those in the audience, pay close attention to this land issue. Hold on, sis.
New tonight at 6, two black ranchers in rural El Paso County say their cries for help and allegations of racism have been largely ignored by the sheriff's office for years.
And you've likely heard some of the Mallory story, which has been shared thousands of times on social media now. Those viral posts have led to national scrutiny over how the El Paso County Sheriff's Office has handled more than 2 years of disputes between the couple and their neighbors. Now they're speaking exclusively to Denver 7 on camera together for the first time.
And Denver 7's Micah Smith has tonight's exclusive that now has El Paso County deputies defending their actions.
Farming while black in America. Farming while black in America.
The voice you hear is Nicole Mallory's, and the person being arrested is her husband, Courtney C.W. Mallory. The Mallorys are black ranchers in rural El Paso County and say this moment is the culmination of years of blatant racism by community members and the El Paso County Sheriff's Office's failure to respond.
A lot of their pets have been poisoned and killed. Some of their livestock has been poisoned and killed.
Dr. Vern L. Howard is teaming up with Portia Prescott and Rashad Younger from the NAACP to help the Mallorys.
Basically, the Mallorys have been harassed on their property and on their land.
At that point, it became very clear that they weren't necessarily safe.
Animals poisoned and killed, a couple feeling harassed and terrorized. Huge claims that we'll break down. But first, how do we go from the Mallorys being seen as victims to the ones in handcuffs? The El Paso County Sheriff's Office investigated and decided it was the Mallorys who were felony stalking their neighbor. We got our hands on the arrest affidavit. It focuses on multiple complaints from the Mallorys' next-door neighbor. It's clear there's years of animosity on both sides of this easement road, and it's this road that has been center stage for many of their interactions. like CW and Nicole walking between the properties with their hands up, yelling, "Hands up, don't shoot." The affidavit mentioned a 19-page log that the neighbor maintained was supporting video and photos of each interaction she considered to be stalking. But when it came time for the investigation, it wasn't her cameras pointed at them, but the Mallory's cameras pointed toward her property that deputies confiscated. With the affidavit in hand, we went to the Mallory's ranch. It was a windy day, so we met inside our news car. After talking for nearly an hour, the Mallorys finally agreed to do their first sit-down interview with me.
You remove the only support that I have and the only other eyes I have to try to catch what's going on around me.
CW said the sheriff's office is using video caught on the neighbor's security cameras against him, but his cameras were removed. I asked him why he'd walk by their neighbor's home with hands in the air.
My cows were loose, so we went down there, got our cows, and we pushed them back the way they came out. And as I said, we need to put our hands up and say, please don't shoot us. We're just getting our cows. Please don't shoot. We're just getting our cows.
Let's be clear. I just want to revisit that. Me putting my hands up, us putting our hands up, and is a safety. As an African American,
It's been said a lot that this is a land dispute between neighbors. That's what it boils down to. And that you all or your neighbor could choose to avoid each other because you have so much land. What is your response to that?
let me be clear about something. I do not have a neighbor dispute. My dispute is with El Paso County Sheriff's Department for enabling this behavior.
Nicole says one deputy in particular, who she's filed multiple complaints against, is leading the charge.
In what I believe is a modern day KKK assault against my family.
That's not a small accusation to make, but Nicole says Facebook comments and a community page turned to blatant racism after the sheriff's office got involved. Comments like, "I was amazed at how much property was tagged Black Lives Matter. Didn't expect that kind of in-your-face crap way out here. Let's all go have car issues on that road." And, "Are there any restrictions on size of pitchforks and fire sticks in Colorado?" From there, Nicole says it turned to physical attacks.
Animals being gutted, our lives being threatened, people being sent to our home under threat of lynching, hanging, pitchforks, fire. We had a chicken coop set ablaze.
I asked the Mallorys what the sheriff's office did in response.
Nothing. Actually, I think maybe what happened was they were trying to figure out how to charge us with a crime.
Since the time of Mr. Mallory's arrest, my office has received numerous emails and calls with people voicing concern with how we have handled the Mallory situation.
On Tuesday afternoon, Sheriff Joseph Roybal finally answered questions about the case that's gone viral on social media and shared body camera video painting the Mallorys as combative and unwilling to cooperate in unrelated investigations. But the sheriff's office provided few details about the Mallorys' current claims of harassment and racial discrimination. The one concrete update was the decision by the sheriff to review 24 prior cases. In the end, they reopened 2, one of which involves the Mallorys as the victims. And the sheriff said he more than anyone wants to ensure there is no racist behavior inside his department.
No one would be more eager than I to rid my office of a deputy sheriff who was racist and treating members of the community unfairly.
We started asking the El Paso County Sheriff's Office for records, reports, and interviews 5 days ago. We were denied and given a bill for thousands of dollars. There are many more allegations addressed by the sheriff Tuesday, including a conspiracy about a murdered ranch hand and the arrest of Nicole Mallory nearly 2 years ago when she fired a shot at a process server who had entered her private property without notice. I promise to follow up in more detail tomorrow on Denver 7.
And the El Paso County Sheriff's Office has now decided to release more than 120 pages of records pertaining to cases involving the Mallorys. Unfortunately, that release happened right before this newscast began. So Micah is now combing through those new records, and she will bring you an in-depth update tomorrow on Denver 7.
And this story is so important because the number of black farmers across America has declined greatly over the past century. Let's break down the numbers for you. Researchers at UMass Boston looked at data from the USDA Census of Agriculture. They found that black farmers lost $326 billion worth of acreage in the 20th century. Currently, black farmers own less than 1% of all farmland. Colorado was home to a historically black farming settlement in the early 1900s. Deerfield in Weld County is now a ghost town, but it was once a place to end the cycle of poverty.
They knew that if they could own their own land, own their own homes, they could use that to pass on to their children. They could sell it. They could borrow against it.
Discriminatory lending policies and forced sales are said to be major factors in the loss of land.
Again, weaponization. I don't know why you people are so dense, do not understand that that is black treatment. The last video, to wrap up.
This Brother Jeff. This
yes, sir. Man, welcome, and
H-Town legend.
Appreciate you being out here. What brings you here, and why is it important that you're here today?
Well, you know, I'm currently working on a documentary about the Black Cowboy experience in America. The good parts that everyone typically gets to see at the rodeos, and the bad parts that most people don't get to see on a daily basis, and people's daily life trying to survive in environments that people just don't want to see them win in. And so when I heard about this story, I not only brought myself, I brought cameras to try to elevate their voices and make sure that people know what's happening down here in Colorado to people of color, not just the black people, the indigenous people. It's just a lot of ugliness going on down here, and there's too many good people. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve it.
The Mallorys, to my understanding, are just out here trying to do some good business, trying to raise good food, trying to help their community. And unfortunately, some of the people out here that own land as well, I guess, find that threatening. They don't like seeing it. They want to eliminate it. And we need to make sure that that doesn't happen.
I had come across the article about them, Freedom Acres Ranch, going through the whole, like, the bullying, the racism, and them trying to be pushed off their own land. And that really resonated with me. So I've always kind of I've kind of kept up with them. And I want my sons to come out and like get some hands-on like labor and like actually like be one with the land and like see a black couple, you know, leading the way. And so they had asked for help today to volunteer. And so we came out, and my sons came out, and we came out here this morning, and like we volunteered, help get this event together.
What brought me here today was I saw the flyer, but I also heard the story about what was going on with the land and the neighbors around here.
What's the story? As you understand it?
So they being on their own land, they're being harassed like traveling on their own land, and the neighbors don't like that. So that is what I heard, but I got the story from them, and it's just them being here, pretty much.
What's the importance of black land ownership? And then you see the community is galvanized, and then there are a lot of individuals that are saying, we're not running, we're gonna purchase some more land.
Yeah, so hey, without ownership, you can't control nothing. That's the importance of it. So when you run, it's gonna continue to happen. If you don't stand and fight, it's gonna continue to happen.
Wow.
So we need more settlers to come out here, more melanated settlers to come out here and buy land, and then we all stand together.
Powerful day today, community is here. What's going on?
Today we had our first and hopefully won't be our last Freedom Fest. We put on our first, or I'm gonna say the first trail ride here in Colorado that I know of, and you know, it was amazing. It was powerful. Like you see, it's a great mix of people here, and this is it. These are the people that stood up for me, stood by my side, and were there for me. And it's community. It's community, and it's all love, man. And I can't tell you, I can't express how happy I am inside, knowing what I'm saying, knowing that I was able to pull this off and bring us all together and have a good time. Wow. It was amazing. It was great. And I hope it's
I'm able to do this again next year and the year after that, and it just gets bigger, better, and it just continues to grow.
You know, and in the midst of your growth, you've got a growing community, but
Right.
then you also have individuals that are not happy to
Yeah.
see not only you and your wife and your vision grow.
Yeah.
You have to grow while at the same time having opposition.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I till this day, I'm still dealing with the harassment. You know, throughout this whole event, we were receiving prank phone calls. They did something to our address to where they were having our guests wind up somewhere totally different, and just, you know, but like, light outshines darkness, man. And I'm gonna keep pushing. Just keep pushing that positive narrative of just, you know, we just trying to feed the people. We're farming for the people, and that's what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? Because we really need to wake up and know where our food is coming from. Wow. Because it's times are changing. You know, I was just invited to a movie screening called Common Ground, and it spoke about, you know, the effects in agriculture. You know what I'm saying? And it just brought a lot of awareness to me of what's really going on out there, and that, you know, that it's even more important to me for what I'm doing. Know what I'm saying? Knowing how they're trying to steer us towards lab-grown meat and vegetables sprayed with tons of chemicals that are designed to kill us later on down the line. And if you're not able to, the manufacturer has gotten in the business of giving you something that's gonna kill you, a disease, and also he has now bought a plant that has the cure to the disease that he's giving us through our food, or trying to give us through our food. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's ever so more important, even faced with adversity, you know what I'm saying, that we push eating real, grass-fed, grass-finished, no antibiotics, just all natural, just how it comes from God.
They're trying to create a new narrative in this country, and families like this don't lend themselves to the narrative, you know, that showing that hardworking people are not taking advantage of this country. They're taking advantage of opportunities that should be bestowed on them as natural born citizens of this country. But even if you're not born in this country, if you come here to help benefit this country and build this company, you should be given an opportunity to do that. And I think it's sad that these people have given up so much and sacrificed so much to come down here and make their real American dream come true, and to have these people try to turn their American dream into a nightmare. I think it's sad, it's pitiful, it's evil, and it does not go unnoticed. And if I found out about it all the way in Texas, I'm gonna make sure that the people that haven't found out about it beyond Texas, make sure they know. And I'm gonna try to send these people some legal help too, so they can have some real fights, some real fighting dogs in this thing for them.
This is very important to me, especially in this time when there is intent and purpose to erase our history. This is Black history in the making. This is present and this is now. And I have the opportunity to be a part of history that is now.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor.
Try not to get emotional. So sorry.
No, this is real. I mean,
This is people fought for this. And I'm able to witness the product of what our ancestors fought for. And I get to take part of helping to sustain it, helping to lend my voice to ensure that people know that it is still alive and it is here and you can be a part of it. We deserve it. This is ours. You can have a piece of it. The same way the Mallorys were able to obtain it, you can have it too. They have a mission to educate people, to empower people. All you got to do is look it up. It's right there in our face. They bring opportunity to the community. If you want it, you can have it.
Being out here on this land is a remembrance of what it means to support community, what it means to come back to the land, what it means to celebrate the land, and what it means to just celebrate us.
Freedom Acres Ranch right now, I mean, this is a symbol and a sign of freedom, right? This is us making sure that we take up space, that we come out and we support a Black family that is history in the making. They are out here on all of this beautiful land, and they invited us as community to come up and to be a part of the experience. And I'll tell you what, right before we jumped on camera, we were doing a freedom ride through this here El Paso County. And we wanted to make sure that the community understood that the Mallory family has love, has support, and is not to be messed with. Like, we got to make sure we are protecting our Black farmers, and like their slogan on their back say, they are saving lives. They're literally saving lives. So that's what we out here. We're out here to affirm this family and affirm what they're doing.
We have to understand, like, this is a settler mentality, right? Like, this is Black people coming out here to settle land, stake their claim, and build something for their family that can live beyond their lives and build something multi-generational for the next generations to come. And it takes a lot of hard work to even be able to put yourself in a position to get land like this and trying to do the right thing by it. So there's got to be encouraged. We have to empower these people. We have to elevate their voices and get the message out there and let people know in this town that this family isn't alone. And the other families that are dealing with the same kind of abuse that they're dealing with, they're not alone either. We're going to be sending help. Their numbers might be small today, but tomorrow we're going to get them up, and every day until we get it right.
Tell us what's going on.
Today, we did Freedom Fest 2025.
Yeah.
This is the first, so I guess it's the inaugural Freedom Fest that we had. We had some rodeo, we had some food, we had Bun B come out here to talk to us about, cowboys, Black land ownership. We got the kids out here ready to farm. We rode through this town with a trail ride today, waving our Freedom Acres Ranch flags. We just out here having a good time, promoting agriculture, promoting freedom for food, promoting freedom to buy land, and just freedom in general here at Freedom Acres Ranch.
And then finally, and you're doing it in the midst of opposition.
Yes.
Like, we don't want to underscore, like, it's great when we're together, but there is still opposition.
Yes.
And unfounded opposition.
It is. For whatever reason, they continue to manufacture whatever to make them feel justified, to intimidate us or make us feel weary so that we leave this land. There's no freedom in running, and so that we don't have a choice. We are here. We are here to let anybody know that thinks that they're going to run a Black family off of land, that won't happen, and we're here to set an example for everybody to come after us. We got about 5 people here today that's interested in buying land right here in Yoder, Colorado.
Okay, ladies, if you have any final comments that you want to make, because I'm going to close out with our musical interlude that we haven't done in quite a while. For Enemies Public, his great niece, Mayday. Wakita, you sleep on us, or how you want to close out, Angel?
I'm here.
And for those people in the chat, if every time you heard the word Black, why can't you see it as American? Because the American is the copper-colored people. Every one of those men had on black hats and black clothing. That surely wasn't the skin they were in. What is wrong with you people?
Excuse
go
me,
ahead,
what
ladies.
was being said in the chat?
They're constantly banging on farming while black. They're calling themselves black. And by the way, and I'm not gonna call
Well,
your name because you're trolling.
I
Uh,
got to
let me
I
be.
got
Hold on,
to
hold
put
on, Angel. Hold
myself
on,
with
Angel. Hold
the
on, hold
brothers
on,
and
Angel.
sisters in the chat
Hold on,
because I'm
sister.
feeling a kind of way
Oh,
too.
hold on, sis. Nicole Mallory, that's her name, is a retired Marine sniper. Correct, Wakita? Can we put
Correct.
some respect on that? Now, you being an idiot just because she was misguided to say her husband was arrested at the beginning of the video for farming while black. No, the issue was black is his treatment.
Excuse me,
White
she
people
was
treat
just saying
black
that
in
they're
a
black.
fashion. But
She
go ahead,
said
sis.
that
Go ahead,
they're
sis.
Black Americans. She was claiming a Black identity throughout the whole piece. So I got to push back. I got to push back. And then the brothers who was speaking, the brother from Houston, you know, he said
Bun
something
B,
about
who
them
had the
being
nerve to say that were black settlers, which is again misguided. He did mention
and
natural born citizens, quote
and he
unquote. But go ahead.
obviously does not know what a natural born person of this country is. Those are only Aborigines. Black is defined by law as someone of the Black racial groups of Africa. So if that's what they're claiming, I have no problem with that. They have the right to self identify as Black. But my presentations and my mentality and everything that I'm talking about is Aboriginal centered. We're Aboriginal Americans. We're the Aborigines of this land. We are the true Americans. And it has nothing to do with the entire Black paradigm.
Oh, I'm hearing you, sis. I am feeling you like braille.
So if they want to be in that Black box, then you can't let yourself be in the Black box and complain about it. And that's what the presentation today was bringing out, deconstructing the usurpation, us looking at what has been done and following the paper trail. They set up
And
the
it's
public land
obvious that they
survey
didn't watch,
system.
or they obviously either didn't comprehend. None of the videos that I showed tonight was how black got your land stolen. What is wrong with you people? But go
It's
ahead,
nothing
sis. You,
wrong with the
Wakita, however
people.
y'all want to wrap this up. I'm gonna close out with our anthems.
Everybody is doing what the collective is doing around them. And you know what I'm saying? I I I can't quarrel with somebody who identifies as Black and want to remain. You know, okay, so okay, you know, this is what you want to do. When they start coming after you in those negative ways,
Take
you
that black treatment. Take that
okay.
black ass whooping.
I'm not
Take
gonna sit
whatever
here.
black oppression that you have set yourself up with by choice. Because I've
Okay,
told you time and again, if you bother to listen to Alabama, go get your Bible. It's called the
what
Black Tax. They'll show you how to live from the cradle to the grave. Forgive me, sis, for stepping on your wisdom, but I'm getting more than hot under the collar with this nonsense. But I'm on mute.
giving yourself a stroke for no reason. You know what I'm saying? First of all, everybody don't know what you know. They don't know what I know. That's number one. We don't have enough patience and compassion with each other. Think that you know, just do what I say. You know, that's that same European mentality. They may not know, or they may not be supported in that knowledge, you know, from their friends and their families or whatever. But you know, it's all good because sometimes life got a way of just teaching you. You know, the video that we saw before with the brother talking about FBA and all of that and reparations, they don't understand. What we've been talking about all night. Contract all night. My homework for my law class is we gotta watch Django for homework. Just getting ready to go into contracts and trust law. So yeah, if they don't want to know, they don't want to learn, they don't want to research, blah blah. They got the right to. to do that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not getting ready to join you. But they, cause we gotta stop beating
Everybody
each other up.
does, my sister, have a right to be stupid on their own, but you do not have the right to expose it to the next generation. You do not, you have the freedom to speak, but you don't have the freedom to be heard. And I yield.
I'm not saying anything that anyone is stupid. Obviously, the brother and the sister, the Mallorys, they're intelligent and they are working their farm to the best of their ability, and they are being harassed and attacked. Obviously, that's what's happening. But what I'm saying, as far as us Aborigines, is totally different. If we are going to acquiesce to this system, then us complaining about it is hypocritical. That's what I'm saying.
What I've
Either
been
we're going to
saying.
step out of it and rise ourselves up above it where we're supposed to be as the sovereign nation states of this country, or we're going to continue to complain about everything that's happening. And Sister Wakita, I wanted to ask you about this term that I was looking up while I was listening to the last video. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this is a Latin legal term, civiliter mortuus. It translates to civilly dead.
Civilly dead,
Mm-hmm.
yes. Civiliter mortus.
Yeah,
Some
it
might
describes.
say we tease a good brother of ours. I'm not going to call his name, but you know who he is when I say civil litter more teeth
How do
is
you
going to put
pronounce
some
it?
more teeth in them
Civiler
biting your behind, you black Negro. I'm sorry. Go
mortuus.
ahead, sis. Go ahead, sis.
Okay, it describes a legal status where a physically living person is stripped of their civil rights, effectively treating them as dead in
As
the
dead.
eyes of the law.
As dead. Would we like to go ahead, pull up really quickly post Laminium? And what does it mean under imperial law? Roman imperial rule. What does it mean, Wakita, to be dead as a free man?
Yeah,
Can
it's
you pull
part
that
of
up
slavery.
right quick? Post Laminium. It's only about a paragraph. So, and I
Okay,
thank
it
you, sis.
says,
You've been
is a legal doctrine rooted in Roman law wherein a person, property, or territory seized during a conflict is legally restored to their original status upon returning to their home jurisdiction. And basically, that's what I've been saying. We need to return to our ancestral jurisdiction.
which would be the
We
land, correct,
which
ladies?
which is
Which
the
would be the
land,
land.
but
Yes, okay.
we are the people
Mm-hmm.
of the land. We're the nation states. We're the republic,
So
not
we
these
are dead
foreigners who came here and
according to
usurped.
Roman imperial law. That is the doctrine of discovery, right? That is dum diversus, right? That is
Right.
inter cateris. That is Romanus Pontifex. And that is ruled by the Supreme Court in 2005 that all property law is based on what, Wakita?
A possession.
The doctrine of discovery. They've concentrated it down to the colloquial phrase possession is 9/10 of the
But
law,
also
but they don't
remember,
address how the land was possessed, if through theft, coercion, massacre, murder, and genocide.
yes, and
Okay,
also remember that Pope Francis, he renounced the doctrine of discovery in 2023.
but did not
But he didn't
rescind. And
rescind
I
it.
know you know the difference between
Yes,
renounce and
yes,
rescind.
He didn't
yes,
rescind it.
right, right. But I
Well,
still
ladies, if
have
you
to,
don't
I
have
gotta
anything
push
else,
back
let's just
on that black stuff. I push back on that black stuff
no.
all day long.
We will continue to do that here in these spaces because what's the title of your book, sis?
Who are you calling black? A demand to end
We,
the genocide of Aboriginal Americans.
because we charge genocide. And if there's nothing else for the chats, ladies, I know it's been a long time and we're going to get these technical things smoothed out because I've kind of gotten hold of the glitches. but let's listen to our anthem and
Yes,
the
much
great
appreciation
general,
and
Brother
respect
Nasir. Mhm.
to OG.
Yeah,
Thank you
Big
for
Dog done
joining
either
us.
passed out on us or he's hiding under the pool table. So I'm gonna let him kind of find his way in here through
Great peace and power to the chat.
these last anthems. And thank you, Enemies Public, the great general, Brother Nasir.
Yeah. Y'all thought I was done. Now we just getting started. This is a tease introduction to the bass and soul. From the East Coast to the West, watch the movement unfold. First, I like to give thanks to the family for the growth. But this is what happens when we spread love and increase the rank. Truth is the oath. Old dude on the mic, wisdom in his voice like a scroll. Wild savage on the beat, taking back control of the whole scope. Nate Bad dropping science, aboriginal Israelite knowledge in the flow. Roger W steady building straight smoke, keep the fire low, watch it glow. From the ground up, we manifested this unity, ain't no surprise. Ay. King of higher self, speaking peace, seeing through material lies. Ay. Got his dear fluff, bringing light, jazzy with the harmony and the vibe. Ay. Blending the hill in the mix, ensuring that the whole collective stays alive. Yeah. This is a camaraderie 2.0, louder than before. We gon' let them know. Slamming down the door, demanding, slamming down the door. Demanding some more, hollering some more. Live and learn on the track, every lesson paid for with sweat and with tears. Yeah. We ain't just making noise, we conquering the fears of the past years. Yeah. Camaraderie, family, synergy, that's the only way to be. From the concrete jungle to the highest peak. Yeah, we set the people free. Yeah. Used to walk the streets alone. Now my squad is thick and deep. Every single member holds a code. Promise says we gotta keep. From the cypher to the studio, the energy is pure, the intention is clean. Pushing back against the darkness, showing them what a true collective means. No fake handshakes, no backstabbing, just genuine respect and loyalty. We sharing resources, sharing knowledge, building up a royalty. They try to divide us, try to conquer, but the foundation's concrete now. We elevate the frequency, watching every seed we plant start to sprout. Yeah, this is the camaraderie 2.0, louder than before. We gon' let them know. Slamming down the door, then it's slamming down the door. Demanding something more, demanding something more. Live and learn on the track, every lesson paid for with sweat and with tears. Yeah, we ain't just making noise, we conquering the fears of the past years. Yeah, camaraderie, family, synergy, that's the only way to be. From the concrete jungle to the highest peak. Yeah, we set the people free. Check the blueprint, check the motive, check the heart behind the sound. This ain't manufactured hype, this is movement on sacred ground. We unified, energized, ready for the next level leap. Planting seed of consciousness while the competition sleeps. Camaraderie 2.0, that's the title, that's the truth we hold inside. We ride together, we fight together, nowhere left for us to hide. Peace, yeah. Peace to the family. Yeah, we in this together.
Our struggle is constantly and continuously against the oppressor and against all in us, which is in contradiction to our values and the choice we've made.
We out.
Question must be asked of the youth. Who are you?
Can I help you? Yeah, I came to reclaim my birthright.
Peace, this is Mayday. Hear the call, no play. They got the mic check. 1, 2, making sure the message stays straight. This ain't a game, this is closing the ranks. Let's give thanks to the ancestors standing firm upon these ancient riverbanks. A TEP production, yeah, you know the sound and the heat. Camaraderie is the currency. Success is tasting so sweet. Who are we? Where are we? Are we where we need to be? Still rooted in the soil, indigenous. We never deflate. Closing the ranks, gotta unify the whole fam. Stronger together, that's the powerful battle plan. From the soil, from the land. Yes, we're taking our stand. Unity's the bomb, more potent than any quicksand. Well, closing the ranks, hear the rhythm, feel the vibration. Protect the culture, the mind, the future of the nation. We were born free, not enslaved. Understand the history. Reclaim the narrative, break the chains of false mystery. Nasir said make it plain, so the understanding is broad. Demons came with technology, their doctrines are flawed. Troublemakers of the earth, mental sodomies, the method, warmongering thieves. Where they step, everything shredded, the shedding the blood. They delight wherever they arrive, leaving massive voids, destroying everything that was alive. Reclassification scheme, a tactic to still a terrain from aboriginal, indigenous to Negro, back and forth again. In 1 century, they tried to erase our foundation. From black to African American, confusion across the whole nation. But the wise men spoke truth, that shit in the deep stone. Our unity, one voice can never be overthrown. More powerful than atomic bomb, that's the calculation. Let's unite right now, fulfill the true spiritual obligations. Closing the ranks, gotta unify the whole fam. Stronger together, that's the powerful battle plan. From the soil, from the land, yes, we're taking our stand. Unity's the bomb, more potent than any quicksand. Closing the ranks, hear the rhythm, feel the vibration. Protect the culture, the mind, the future of the nation. We were born free, not enslaved. Understand the history. Reclaim the narrative, break the chains of false mystery. No more division, only precision. Power in the vision. We rise as one, door ranks. Close the mission complete. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Can I help you? Yeah. I came to reclaim my birthright.
Question.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa. Yeah, yeah. Whoa. Hands up in the air, unified and bold. Shoulders locked tight, stories untold. This is the camaraderie, the brotherhood flow. We all stand in that for the people we know.
Field Marshal Brother Nazir, never back down. Talk your talk media, word spreads around town. Big dog, Philly OG, wisdom in his bark. Big aboriginal power, lighting up the dark. Key Norfolk on the line, speaking truth through the static. Open to knowledge, mind sharp, automatic. Church the realest with that unbreakable stance. Bro Sanchez bringing light, giving minds a chance. Dangerous music, Drake Cobbs on the sound. DJ Cuddy spins it, our anthem hits the ground. T wriggles, Dulcinea, voices join the crowd. Smoke signal in the air, make the ancestors proud.
We all stand, we all rise, act for our people, open up our eyes, linked by legacy, forged in the fire. This is camaraderie, we lift each other higher. We lift each other higher.
Supreme Chief Holiday, guiding with honor. Voodoo Child channel spirit, the feeling gets stronger, no one left behind. Every name is a torch, lighting freedom's path. As we move off the porch, every voice different, but the heart's the same. We paint our own future, signing with our names. Forged by the struggle, united by the fight. One dream, one people, together in the light.
We all stand, we all rise, act for our people, open up our eyes, linked by our legacy, forged in the fire. This is camaraderie, we lift each other higher.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hands clasped in a circle, ancestors hear the call.
Yeah, yeah.
Past, present, future.
Whoa.
Together we won't fall. From the roots in the soil to the stars in the sky. Voices echo strong, let the unity fly. We all stand, we all rise, act for our people. Open up our eyes, linked by our legacy, forged in the fire. This is camaraderie, we lift each other higher. We lift each other higher. We all rise, act for our people. Open up our eyes, linked by our legacy, forged in the fire. This is camaraderie, we lift each other higher.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This is for the people, our movement, our pride. This is camaraderie, we stand side by side.
Who are you calling black while helping illegal alien immigrants steal our land? Peace and blessings until the next time we come to discuss Aboriginal business. And I yield.